Chapter 1692. When the flowery monk and Jing Su-zi faced Su Jing's territory technique, they formed their own territory with their true origin. The flowery monk's territory was filled with a golden luster. Of course, compared to Duan Lingtian's myriad swords territory, the golden luster in the flowery monk's territory was nothing. This was because Duan Lingtian's myriad swords territory was as dazzling as the sun. The flowery monk's territory was not dazzling at all. Of course, although the golden luster in the flowery monk's territory was not dazzling, it did not mean that his territory was weak. In the flowery monk's territory, one could vaguely see illusory Buddhas. These Buddhas were similar to statues. Some were standing, some were sitting with their legs crossed. Some are noble, some are elegant, some had their palms together, and some are pinching their fingers together. They looked very lifelike and lifelike. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 Buddhas. 1,000 Buddha territory. At the same time, many people exclaimed softly when they saw the flowery monk's territory. 1,000 Buddha territory? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Although he was far away, he could still feel the extraordinariness of the flowery monk's 1,000 Buddha territory. Although it was not as good as his myriad swords territory, it was still considered a higher-level territory compared to other territories. Those statue-like Buddhas invisibly exerted a kind of pressure on those who saw them. Some Buddhas had benevolent looks, some Buddhas had ferocious looks, some Buddhas had smiles all over their faces, and some Buddhas had long faces, as though someone owed them money. At the same time, Jing Su-zi's territory was formed. Jing Su-zi's territory was blue. This blue color was similar to the blue color of his Taoist robe. Within this blue domain, one could vaguely see two gigantic swords moving about. Both of these swords were over 30 meters long and 2 meters wide. They revolved around Jing Su-zi and moved around his domain at a moderate speed, as if they were his protective swords. Yin-yang territory. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard many people exclaiming softly, "Yin-yang territory?" Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was not unfamiliar with the term yin and yang. In his previous life, in his hometown on Earth, in that ancient and mysterious Eastern capital, many Taoist classics mention the word yin and yang. One origin, 2 polarities, 3 powers, 4 divisions, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces. These were all recorded in the Taoist scriptures. Although Duan Lingtian didn't quite understand what they meant, he could still remember them. Although Jing Su-zi's territory is not as powerful as the flowery monk's territory, the power of the pair of yin-yang Tu-chi's swords in his Tu-chi's territory is not to be underestimated. Previously, he had used this pair of yin-yang Tu-chi's swords to suppress the flowery monk's 1,000 Buddha territory. Soon, a voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. "I've also heard about the incident that you're talking about. However, I've also heard that the flowery monk had once used his 1,000 Buddha territory to restrain Jing Su-zi's yin-yang territory, and used his true origin to suppress Jing Su-zi." Then someone else chimed in. "The flowery monk and Jing Su-zi's strength are on par with each other. Usually the battle between the two of them would end in a tie, or one of them would win. However, it would still be a narrow victory. This is no longer a secret in our Rising Sky Mansions district. Even so, if we're talking about territories, Jing Su-zi's Tu-chi's territory is much stronger." "I think so too. The pair of yin-yang Tu-chi's swords in Jing Su-zi's Tu-chi's territory is not inferior to his saint weapon." "That's right. Especially in a situation like the Rising Sky ranking battle where saint weapons aren't allowed, he's able to gain a lot of advantages by relying on the yin-yang Tu-chi's swords in his territory." The whispers in the surroundings entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly, allowing him to learn about the pair of gigantic swords in Jing Su-zi's territory. Yin-yang Tu-chi's swords? Interesting. Duan Lingtian had unknowingly shifted his gaze to Jing Su-zi's pair of yin-yang Tu-chi's swords. At this moment, whether it was the thousands of statue-like Buddhas in the flowery monk's thousand Buddhas territory, or the pair of yin-yang tu-chis, swords that twined around Jing Suzi, all of them began to make their moves. Faced with the vast tornado that Su Jing cast with his territory, the thousands of Buddhas in the flowery monk's thousand Buddhas territory gleamed. At once, it seemed as though there were more than 2,000 light spots that shone brightly like 2,000 miniature suns. In the next instant, these Buddhas swarmed together like a swarm of bees. As the sun-like light shone in all directions, when the crowd regained their senses, they discovered a gigantic golden Buddha had appeared in front of their eyes. It was a huge golden Buddha. It stood there like a towering mountain. Even the tornadoes that Su Jing had created with his domain were much smaller in front of this golden Buddha. They were not even as tall as the golden Buddha's waist. Looking at this scene, Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. Although he knew that this was only a dharma that the flowery monk condensed with his territory, he was still shocked. This was because this dharma was simply too huge. At first glance, it gave off an invisible pressure. Of course, this pressure was not only due to the energy that was contained within this dharma. More importantly, it was due to the size of this dharma. This feeling was as though a towering mountain had suddenly appeared in front of you. When the flowery monk's thousand Buddhas territory condensed a gigantic golden Buddha dharma, Jing Suzi's pair of yin-yang tu-chis swords had also arrived. When they were near the edge of the territory, they actually devoured the power of the territory in a frenzy. This caused the blue color within a 100-meter radius around Jing Suzi to dim by quite a bit. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the pair of yin-yang tu-chis swords also underwent a drastic change. Firstly, their size had increased tremendously. Although it was not as exaggerated as the flowery monk's great Buddha Dharma, it was still much bigger than the tornado. Of course, this was only referring to any one of the swords. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the two swords that did not look any different from each other before had undergone a drastic change at this moment. One of the swords had completely transformed into a black color. It was also surrounded by a black mist that looked a little like devil chi. However, its aura was filled with Taoist righteousness. It was obvious that it was not devil chi. The other sword, on the other hand, had completely transformed into a dazzling white color. It was shimmering with a white radiance that caused those with a lower cultivation base to not dare to look directly at it. I was wondering why two identical swords would be called yin-yang tu-chis swords. So this is their true appearance. The yin-yang tu-chis swords indeed live up to their name. Looking at the scene before him, Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. Following that, a flash appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was the great Buddha Dharma form that was transformed from the flowery monk's thousand Buddha territory. It suddenly swung its right arm, and its palm that was as big as a mountain brought along the sound of wind and thunder as it slammed down on the vast tornado. In an instant, accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise, the palm of the great Buddha Dharma form landed on the tornado. The two powerful forces collided, causing the void to tremble. Waves of airwaves swept out, setting off billowing winds that raged in all directions. It made a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the great Buddha Dharma form that was as big as a mountain suddenly trembled before it shattered into pieces. Barf! At the same time, the flowery monk's face instantly turned pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. It was obvious that he was severely injured. On the other hand, the tornado that was hit by the palm of the great Buddha Dharma form was almost completely depleted. Strangely, Su Jing, who was also at the Mastery Refined Saint stage, was not injured like the flowery monk. Not only that, but the tornado that seemed like it was about to run out of energy suddenly swept up again and returned to its peak state. Seeing this scene, not only was the flowery monk's eyes wide open with disbelief, Even the bystanders present were all dumbstruck. What did this mean? It meant that although they were both at the mastery-refined saint stage, the flowery monk's strength was far inferior to Su Jing's. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the stunned crowd was soon attracted by the sound of two swords whistling through the air. It was Jing Suzi's yin-yang two-chi swords. The two gigantic swords, one black and one white, shot through the air. Wherever they passed, the airflow in the surroundings seemed to have stopped. Naturally, it was not really stopping. It was just that the speed of the gigantic swords was so fast that the airflow in the surroundings seemed to have stopped. In the next instant, Jing Suzi's yin-yang two-chis swords collided with the tornado that was formed by Su Jing again. One must admit that in terms of offensive strength, Jing Suzi's yin-yang two-chis swords were much more powerful than the flowery monk's great Buddha Dharma form. When the two swords struck out, the tornado was instantly destroyed. On the other hand, the yin-yang two-chis swords still had some energy left. What a powerful attack! Many people were shocked when they saw this. Jing Suzi's yin-yang two-chis swords were an eye-opener. The people from the Pure Yang shrine laughed. There was no need for the flowery monk. Just their Pure Yang shrine's Jing Suzi alone was enough to suppress Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Su Jing had boasted earlier that he would fight two people at once. What a joke! Jing Suzi, your yin-yang two-chi swords are indeed powerful. However, it's time for all of this to end. Just when the crowd thought Jing Suzi had the ability to suppress Su Jing, Su Jing's voice sounded in a timely manner. However, at this moment, Su Jing's voice was laced with a hint of wickedness and coldness. It caused the people who heard his voice to shudder. At the same time, before they could even react, they could feel an even more terrifying aura surging out of Su Jing's body. At the same time, an even more powerful and vast tornado, mixed with waves of monstrous demonic qi, swept out at an extremely terrifying speed. Chapter 1693. Although Duan Lingtian was present, he did not notice the sudden change in the situation. The reason why he didn't feel it was because his mind wasn't here at all. When Jing Suzi's yin-yang two-chis swords charged toward the tornado cast by Su Jing, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by the yin-yang two-chi swords. He saw something different on the yin-yang two-form sword. The different things mentioned here were different from what he currently knew about the way of the sword. Looking at the yin-yang two-form sword, he seemed to have understood something. In his mind, pairs of yin and yang two forms, swords crossed each other. Each pair of yin and yang two forms, swords had different movements. Although the movements were different, the sword Tao essence that they revealed were all different paths leading to the same goal. At this moment, some of the problems that Duan Lingtian had encountered in the past when trying to break through to the supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, were also easily resolved. The last layer of window paper was suddenly torn open. The second stage of Sovereign Heart Sword, Sword Shadow follows the heart. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had officially comprehended the state of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was also a completely new and more powerful state. At this stage, once Duan Lingtian made a move, its power would be comparable to the offensive moves of a heaven-rank saint grade martial tactic. It was completely different from the offensive moves of an earth-rank saint grade martial tactic. So that's how it is. Sword Shadow follows the heart, so that's how it is. Just as Duan Lingtian regained his senses and a look of realization appeared on his face, a faintly discernible sword qi wreaked havoc on his body. At this moment, he stood there as if he had turned into a sword, an incomparably sharp sword. However, he was quickly jolted awake. At this time, it was impossible for him not to be startled awake. This was because he discovered that when Jing Suzi's yin and yang dual forces suppressed the vast tornado that Su Jing cast again, not only was Su Jing not pushed back, but his body was emitting an even more powerful aura. Moreover, In this aura, there was an additional aura that Duan Lingtian was familiar with. When the Devil's Seal tablet in his spatial ring started to vibrate, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. A devil cultivator. This Su Jing is actually a devil cultivator? No, he concealed his strength. At this point, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Su Jing had concealed his strength and was at the mastery refined saint stage. If he didn't hide his strength, how strong would he be? Even though Duan Lingtian had just comprehended the second stage of the supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, and his strength had increased greatly, he could not help but turn pale with fright. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, Rin Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsin, who were the first to react, also changed their expressions at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Su Jing, who not only emitted an even more powerful true origin from his body, but also waves of demonic qi permeated his true origin. The current Su Jing was like a completely different person compared to the Su Jing earlier. At the same time, the tornado that appeared out of nowhere was even more powerful and filled with devil qi. It was as tall as the great Buddha Dharma form, formed by the flowery monk's 1,000 Buddha domain. It swept toward the flowery monk and Jing Su Zi at a ridiculously fast speed. The two of them were pressured to the point of suffocation by the speed of the tornado. Swoosh! Swoosh! Horror dawned on both of their faces as a terrifying thought appeared in their minds. The peak of the refined saint stage. Su Jing has actually broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. This was the only thing they had time to think about. They did not even have time to think about when Su Jing had become a devil cultivator. When the flowery monk and Jing Su Zi realized Su Jing's current strength and how terrifying the attack he cast was, there was only one thought left in their minds: run. At this instant, both of them fled in two different directions. When the thought of fleeing appeared in their minds, Jing Su Zi's Yin-Yang Tu Chi's swords were also destroyed by the tornado that was even more powerful. The tornado did not slow down at all as it continued to charge toward the fleeing flowery monk and Jing Su Zi. Senior brother, flowery monk. The group of people from Brahma Temple also regained their senses at this moment. Horror dawned on them. The abbot of Brahma Temple had also discovered Su Jing's true cultivation base at this moment. His expression was extremely grave as he looked at the fleeing flowery monk worriedly. It was the same for the people from Piryang Shrine. However, the group of people from Brahma Temple, led by the abbot, quickly changed their expressions. This was because they clearly saw the tornado that was filled with monstrous devil qi cast by Su Jing had caught up to the flowery monk. Not only that, but he had also disappeared into the tornado. After he disappeared, blood splattered everywhere in the tornado. The flowery monk was dead. No. The abbot of Brahma Temple trembled as his face turned pale. The direct disciple that he valued the most, the direct disciple whom he saw as the future hope of Brahma Temple, had actually died. It was difficult for him to accept this reality. However, the bloody scene before his eyes told him that he had to accept it, even if he did not want it. This was the truth, the undeniable truth. When the people saw the flowery monk being turned into a blood mist in just a blink of an eye, the sound of people inhaling sharply resonated in the air. However, nobody made a sound. This was because their attention was on Jing Su Zi. It must be said that Jing Su Zi was luckier than the flowery monk. Due to the flowery monk's injuries, his speed had also decreased. However, he was not injured in the beginning. Even when the Yin-Yang Tu Chi's sword was destroyed and he was injured, it was only after he had fled for a distance. Therefore, he managed to escape by brushing against the tornado. Even so, he was still sent flying by the terrifying energy at the edge of the tornado. Barf! Jing Su Zi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Now that his injuries had worsened, his face was extremely pale. He was barely able to stand in the air as his body swayed unsteadily. Jing Suzi, quickly admit defeat. At this moment, the Pure Yang Monastery's master noticed that Su Jing's eyes were flickering with cold, killing intent. His heart shuddered, and he could no longer care about anything else. He immediately shouted to remind Jing Suzi, as if he was afraid that Jing Suzi would be killed by Su Jing if he admitted defeat too late. He would end up like the flowery monk. Jing Suzi's significance to the Pure Yang Shrine was similar to the flowery monk's significance to the Brahma Temple. To the Pure Yang Shrine Master, everyone who came with him could die except for Jing Suzi. This was because Jing Suzi was the hope of the Pure Yang Shrine, the future of the Pure Yang Shrine. As long as Jing Suzi could grow in the future, he would definitely be able to lead the Pure Yang Shrine to glory. It was not impossible for him to lead the Pure Yang Shrine to replace the Rising Sky Mansion and become a new, fourth-rate force. Due to this reason, the monastery master of Pure Yang Shrine did not want Jing Suzi to die as long as there was a possibility. At the same time, Jing Suzi, who was injured and shocked by Su Jing's cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, jolted when he heard his master's reminder. He regained his senses and opened his mouth with much difficulty. "I admit," unfortunately, before he could finish the word admit defeat, a black streak of light swept across the sky. Whoosh! The speed of this black streak of light was actually not any slower than the speed of the tornado earlier. A black ray of light flashed past and left a bloody hole between Jing Suzi's eyebrows. Jing Suzi's eyes that were originally brimming with vigor had now lost their luster. His entire body twitched as he fell from the sky. Even with the reminder from the monastery master of Pure Yang Shrine, it was still too late for Jing Suzi to admit defeat. The difference of a single word had caused him to walk on the road to the Yellow Springs, following in the footsteps of the flowery monk. The two most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district had died just like that. They had died in the hands of the same person. Moreover, this person was someone they had defeated in the past. Jing Suzi, senior brother Jing Suzi. When Jing Suzi was killed, horror dawned on the faces of the people from Pure Yang Shrine. The monastery master of Pure Yang Shrine was especially anxious. When he saw Jing Suzi had been killed, he instantly felt his vision turn black as his vital energy and blood rushed to his heart, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood. If it was not for his extraordinary cultivation base, perhaps he would have already fainted. At the same time, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes were trained on Su Jing. Although Su Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and the good things in his possession were not any less than the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, he had also taken the flowery monk and Jing Suzi's spatial rings. These were his spoils of war. How's this possible? Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi in the past. Both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi could easily defeat him. However, even when they joined forces to fight him, they were still killed by him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe such a ridiculous thing would happen. Who can tell me if I'm dreaming? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. As the people present on the scene regained their senses, many of them cried out in surprise. They were shocked by Su Jing's current strength. Su Jing was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator a year ago. Previously, many people found it unbelievable when he displayed his cultivation base at the mastery refined saint stage after a year. They thought he must have had some fortuitous encounter in this 1 year. In everyone's opinion, breaking through from the early refined saint stage to the mastery refined saint stage after a year was a ridiculous matter. However, such an exaggerated matter seemed to be nothing in front of the strength that Su Jing had just displayed. I've never heard of Su Jing being a devil cultivator before this. After a year, he actually fell into the devil Tao and became a devil cultivator? Many people had a solemn expression on their faces when they realized Su Jing was a devil cultivator. Even if he's a devil cultivator, it only took him a year to break through from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage. This seems a little unrealistic, right? Many people chimed in. Indeed, it's unrealistic. However, this is the truth. If he hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, it's impossible for him to kill the flowery monk and Jing Suzy so easily. I can't believe Su Jing has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. It seems like he was still holding back when he killed Zhonggu and fought with the flowery monk and Jing Suzy. Chapter 1694. Isn't it obvious? If he didn't hold back at all, I'm afraid the flowery monk and Jing Suzy wouldn't even have a chance to make a move. Perhaps he wants to toy with him by asking the flowery monk and Jing Suzy to make a move. To think I thought Su Jing had overestimated himself. I can't believe he's already a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. That's right. If he had shown his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage from the beginning, we wouldn't have thought he was arrogant and challenged the flowery monk and Jing Suzy at the same time. I think he did it on purpose. If he had shown his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage when he fought with Zhonggu, I'm afraid the flowery monk and Jing Suzy wouldn't have dared to fight him even if they joined forces. That's true. It seems like Su Jing is really cunning. Inside the nimble chess set, the crowd whispered among themselves as they discussed Su Jing's cultivation base. Rin Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, and Su Tsin, the grand elder of Rising Sky Mansion, were looking at Su Jing with a hint of bewilderment in their eyes. They were not unfamiliar with devil cultivators. Not only that, but they knew many devil cultivators as well, and they knew the cultivation speed of devil cultivators was much faster than ordinary martial and Dao cultivators. However, even if Su Jing was a devil cultivator now, he had only taken a year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. Such progress still shocked them. What kind of monstrous progress was this? Even if he was a devil cultivator, they had never heard of anyone who could break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year. Even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can improve so much in just a year, right? How did Su Jing improve his cultivation base? That's right. I really wonder what fortuitous encounter he had. Unfortunately, since it's a fortuitous encounter, he'll definitely keep it a secret. Since he's the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he can't force it. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang exchanged glances with each other and communicated through voice transmission. Their hearts were filled with shock at Su Jing's progress in the past year. They were very curious about what Su Jing had experienced in the past year, but they also knew that even if they asked, Su Jing would not tell them. Everyone was selfish. Moreover, they were not from the Rising Sky Mansion. The peak of the refined saint stage. In the distance, Duan Lingtian looked at Su Jing with a grave expression. Originally, when he had comprehended the second stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, he had been full of confidence in killing Su Jing. Naturally, it was Su Jing who was at the mastery refined saint stage. Even if Su Jing had comprehended the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he did not dare to say he was completely confident he would be able to defeat him if he was at the peak of the refined saint stage. It's a good thing that I managed to comprehend the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in time. Otherwise, when faced with Su Jing, who's at the peak of the refined saint stage, I'd be lucky if he didn't kill me. At this point, Duan Lingtian secretly rejoiced. However, Duan Lingtian did not forget how he managed to break through to the next stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. He looked at the place where Jing Suzy was killed and muttered to himself, Jing Suzy, it was your yin-yang two forms sword that gave me inspiration and allowed me to comprehend the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in one go. Don't worry, I'll kill him and avenge you. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, He shifted his gaze to Su Jing with a cold gleam in his eyes. After comprehending the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he was no longer afraid of fighting Su Jing, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage. Naturally, he was not completely confident he could kill Su Jing. According to his estimation, if they did not rely on any external help, the difference in their strength should be about the same. Even if he was stronger, he would not be that much stronger. However, even then, Duan Lingtian still wanted to fight Su Jing. This was the best opportunity to kill Su Jing and help Xue and I get out of this crisis. If Su Jing died outside of the Rising Sky ranking battle, it would definitely implicate the Green Wave Han Mansion. This was not something he wanted to see. Otherwise, he would not have come here alone to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. If the reason Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Su Jing in the beginning was because of Han Xuanai. However, Jing Suzi was also the reason why he wanted to kill Su Jing. Although Duan Lingtian and Jing Suzi did not know each other and had never communicated with each other before, Jing Suzi had unknowingly helped him. To Duan Lingtian, this was a favor that he had to repay. Duan Lingtian did not like owing people favors, let alone a favor from a dead person. Due to this reason, he wanted to kill Su Jing to repay this favor. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually turned determined. Young Mansion Master has actually broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. At the same time, the people from the Rising Sky Mansion were in an uproar. As members of the Rising Sky Mansion, they knew Su Jing's background better than anyone else. Due to this reason, they were even more shocked and only regained their senses now. Naturally, this was also because their cultivation base was not high enough. Su Tsin was also a member of the Rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, he was the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, but he had already regained his senses. He has actually broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Su Tsin's old face twitched. His eyes were filled with shock. He could not figure out how Su Jing, who was only at the early refined saint stage a year ago, managed to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage in just a year. This was already beyond the scope of his understanding. Although this was beyond his understanding, it did not stop him from yearning for the fortuitous encounter that Su Jing had encountered. When I return to the Rising Sky Mansion, I must join forces with the other elders and the few Vice Mansion Masters to force him to tell us about his fortuitous encounter. If I can replicate the fortuitous encounter at that time, doesn't that mean my strength will also be raised rapidly? The moment Su Tsin thought of this, his heart burned with excitement. The sorrow he felt when his grandson, Su Tsin, was killed had also faded away. No matter what, when the people from the Rising Sky Mansion finally regained their senses, they were shocked by Su Jing's current cultivation base. Their eyes were filled with emotions as they looked at Su Jing. Su Jing, I really didn't expect you to have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. I'm sure everyone here is curious about how you managed to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year. I wonder if you'll be able to answer our questions. Ren Zhong asked bluntly as he looked at Su Jing. Although he knew it was impossible for Su Jing to answer, he could not help but ask. Upon hearing Ren Zhong's words, Lu Hongguang also looked at Su Jing with a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. Even the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion, led by Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, and the others, including Duan Lingtian, looked at Su Jing one after another. The group of people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine, led by the abbot and the shrine master, looked at Su Jing with anger and hatred in their eyes. However, there was also a hint of curiosity in their eyes. It was apparent they were curious about what had happened to Su Jing in the past year. To be more precise, everyone was curious about what had happened to Su Jing in the past year. Breaking through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year was just too ridiculous. In the distance, The hunchbacked young man who followed Su Jing here had a smug expression on his face when he saw his young mansion master had become the center of attention. Although he did not have much status in the Rising Sky Mansion, he was the only one who knew the secret of his young mansion master. Naturally, he did not dare to spread the secret out since he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. If he violated it, he would be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Vice Mansion Masterin, I know what all of you are thinking. I admit that I did have a fortuitous encounter in this past year. However, this fortuitous encounter can't be duplicated. It can only help one person. I'm that lucky person. Su Jing said calmly when he faced the gazes from the surroundings. That's such a pity. Ren Zhong sighed when he heard this. No one knew if he really believed Su Jing's words. Naturally, it did not matter whether he believed it or not. After Su Jing killed the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, he naturally became the ringmaster again. At the same time, the scorching sun in the sky was gradually setting in the west. In another 2 hours, it would be evening again. After Su Jing became the ringmaster, there were still only 9 ringmasters left. An early refined saint stage, sectless cultivator who was slightly stronger took over and became the last ringmaster. At the same time, another 2 early refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators who were quite strong defeated Su Gang and another Rising Sky Mansion's disciple one after another. Upon seeing this, many people sighed emotionally. Although the flowery monk and Jing Suzi were not as strong as Su Jing, as long as they did not die, it would not be difficult for them to rank in the top 4 of the Rising Sky ranking. Unfortunately, they were both dead. Naturally, the reason they thought the flowery monk and Jing Suzi would rank in the top 4 of the Rising Sky ranking was because of Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, it was because of Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised himself as. Although Duan Lingtian had only fought twice, the battle where he easily killed Su Ken, the grandson of the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, was enough to prove his strength was extraordinary. He was either an elite powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage, who was close to the mastery refined saint stage, or he was a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse. Li Feng has killed 2 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, and one of them is even the grandson of the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. I wonder if Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, will make a move on Li Feng? Soon after, someone glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at Su Jing and muttering to himself. Although his voice was not loud, many people still heard him. At this moment, many pairs of eyes shifted between Duan Lingtian and Su Jing. Even Rinzin was looking at Su Jing with anticipation. Although he felt Li Feng, who had killed his grandson, would definitely admit defeat when he faced Su Jing, he still hoped Su Jing would challenge Li Feng to defeat Li Feng. As for Li Feng's life, he would naturally look for an opportunity to take it in the future. Even if he had joined the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, he would still seek revenge. He would definitely avenge his grandson. Even if he doesn't challenge me, I'll still challenge him. Chapter 1695. What a joke! The reason Duan Lingtian came here and participated in the Rising Sky ranking battle was to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Naturally, only Duan Lingtian knew about this. The others were unaware of this. While the group of people was whispering among themselves, wondering if Su Jing would challenge Duan Lingtian or not, Su Jing's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in his eyes, the cold-faced young man was called Li Feng, and he was a sectless cultivator. To be honest, when he found out Duan Lingtian had killed Su Ken, not only did he not hate Duan Lingtian, but he also thought it was good that Su Ken had died. Before he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, Su Ken was the only person in the Rising Sky Mansion who could threaten him. Naturally, the threat referred to whether he would be able to become the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion in the future, since Su Ken was the only person of the same generation in the Rising Sky Mansion who could compete with him for the position of the next Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Now that Su Qin was dead, it meant he no longer had a competitor. Naturally, even if Su Qin did not die, he was not afraid Su Qin would compete with him. In fact, he was currently at the peak of the refined saint stage. Even the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, who were at the mastery refined saint stage, were killed by him, let alone Su Qin, who was only at the intermediate refined saint stage. Although Su Jing was not interested in avenging Su Ken, he quickly made up his mind when he saw the anticipation in the eyes of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. He would challenge Li Feng. Of course, in his opinion, challenging Li Feng was just a formality. Li Feng had already seen his strength earlier, so he would definitely be too scared to accept the challenge. However, this formality was enough to further establish his image in the hearts of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. This would only benefit him when he became the Mansion Master in the future. Under the watchful eyes of the others, another person walked out from the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. "Young Mansion Master, please." The moment this Rising Sky Mansion's disciple appeared, he immediately went to the chess piece Su Jing was on and announced he wanted to challenge Su Jing. Naturally, no one would think that he had the guts to challenge Su Jing. When they saw him challenging Su Jing, they knew that Su Jing intended to challenge Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he intended to challenge Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised himself as. "I admit defeat." As expected, when the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple challenged Su Jing immediately admitted defeat and eliminated himself. In the next moment, without waiting for Su Jing to challenge Duan Lingtian, everyone's gazes landed on Duan Lingtian. They all knew what Su Jing was going to do next. Just as they had guessed, after Su Jing admitted defeat, he leaped into the air and landed firmly on the huge chess piece that Duan Lingtian was on. Su Jing hovered in the air and looked at Duan Lingtian condescendingly. "You're Li Feng, right? You killed my Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. If you have the guts, fight me. If you have the guts, fight me." Su Jing's words were clearly saying that if Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept his challenge, he would be considered a coward. However, the people present on the scene did not agree with his words at all. Humph! Does he think he'll be able to provoke Li Feng into accepting his challenge by saying that? That's right. It's fine if he didn't show his true strength earlier, but now that he has, how can Li Feng accept his challenge? Isn't that equivalent to seeking death? Li Feng is, at most, a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator like the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. It's a pity for the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. If it wasn't for Su Jing deliberately concealing his cultivation base, they wouldn't have had to fight him and end up dying. That's right. This Su Jing is too cunning. The onlookers whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Lingtian would accept Su Jing's challenge, since Su Jing was just too strong. Let alone the Rising Sky Mansion's district, even in all the fourth-rate forces districts, there was no one below the age of 50 who was as strong as Su Jing. He was not even 50 years old yet, but he was already at the peak of the refined saint stage. Such a person was rare even in quasi-third-rate forces. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian would admit defeat, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Su Jing indifferently. "Based on your words, it seems like you think I'll admit defeat? Don't tell me you won't admit defeat." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Su Jing could not help but sneer. "Why should I admit defeat? If you want to fight, then let's fight," Duan Lingtian continued to say indifferently. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with determination. "If you want to fight, then let's fight." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire nimble chess set fell silent. One could vaguely hear the rapid breathing of many people. At this moment, everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. Li Feng actually accepted Su Jing's challenge? My goodness! Don't tell me he's not afraid of death? With Su Jing's current strength, unless he's also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. It's impossible for him to be a match for Su Jing. Don't tell me he's also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, since he accepted Su Jing's challenge? How's that possible? Don't forget, he's not even 40 years old yet. Let alone the fact that there's no martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who's not even 40 years old in the Debussy subterranean. Such a person would be one of the best among the younger generation, even in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. When the crowd regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. The topic of discussion revolved around Duan Lingtian. Little brother Li Feng, don't be rash. Although Su Jing's strength has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, and his cultivation base is still unstable. His cultivation base is still at the peak of the refined saint stage. It's not something a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse can compare to. At this moment, Ren Zhong's reminder sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Lu Hongguang reminded him as well. Whether it was Ren Zhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them did not wish for Li Feng to accept Su Jing's challenge. After all, if Li Feng accepted Su Jing's challenge, he would most likely be killed by Su Jing. Li Feng was a genius, martial, cultivator they had their eyes on. Naturally, they did not wish for anything to happen to Li Feng. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian merely smiled at their reminder and replied through voice transmission, "Thank you for your concern, but I don't think he's capable of killing me yet." The peak of the refined saint stage? His cultivation base was still unstable. When Duan Lingtian heard Ren Zhong's words, he calmed down slightly. Naturally, he believed Ren Zhong's words. After all, Su Jing was the vice mansion master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion, a fourth-rate force. Previously, he was most worried that Su Jing's cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage had already stabilized. If that was the case, it would not be easy to deal with him anymore. However, now that he knew Su Jing's cultivation base was still unstable, he was slightly relieved. Of course, he was only slightly relieved. Even if his cultivation base had not stabilized, it was still at the peak of the refined saint stage, just like Ren Zhong had said. It was not something a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse could compare to. Ren Zhong was unaware of Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base. If he knew Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage, he would most likely be so shocked that he would have a heart attack. In the Dao martial saint land, such a ridiculous thing had never happened before when someone was at the intermediate pristine saint stage and had killed Su, who was an outstanding powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. Good, good, very good. At this moment, Su Jing, who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's straightforward acceptance of his challenge, finally regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. "Li Feng, I must say that you're really gutsy. Unfortunately, the world of martial artists isn't a place where gutsy people can survive. Soon, I'll let you know how stupid you are for accepting my challenge. No, perhaps you'll be killed by me in just one blow. You won't even have the time to realize how stupid you are." When Su Jing reached the end of his sentence, he had a mocking smile on his face as though Duan Lingtian was about to be killed by him. Is that so? No matter how good Duan Lingtian's temper was, he could not help but feel enraged when he heard Su Jing's words. "What? Are you angry? If you're angry, just give birth quickly. Perhaps you won't have the chance to be angry anymore after a while." "Humph." Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and ignored Su Jing. He merely stared at him coldly. "You can make the first move. I won't take advantage of you." Su Jing sneered. Upon hearing Su Jing's provocative words, Duan Lingtian's anger rose again. However, when the people present heard Su Jing's words, they did not think much of it. This was because they felt that Su Jing was qualified to say such words. Is Li Feng's head kicked by a donkey? He actually accepted Su Jing's challenge. Doesn't he know that he's digging his own grave? Humph. He's digging his own grave. Not many people present were optimistic about Li Feng's chances of winning. Apart from a few sectless cultivators who were looking at Duan Lingtian worriedly, the people from the various forces were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were watching a good show. These people from the various forces did not have a good impression of sectless cultivators. This was especially true for a sectless cultivator who was as outstanding as Duan Lingtian. They were even more envious of him. It was truly infuriating for a sectless cultivator to possess such a cultivation base at such a young age. Duan Lingtian stood on the huge chess piece and rose into the air. He only slowed down when he was at the same level as Su Jing. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination as he looked at Su Jing. Xuanai, today Brother Lingtian will get rid of this trouble for you. From today onward, you'll be able to live a carefree life like before. When Duan Lingtian thought about how worried Han Xuanai was now compared to the mischievous Han Xuanai in the past, he felt his heart ache again. For this reason, no matter what, he had to kill Su Jing today, even if it was difficult for him to do so now. Also, Jing Suzi, even though we don't know each other, since your Yin Yang Tu Chi's sword helped my sovereign heart sword achieve a breakthrough, I can say that I owe you a favor. I'll return this favor today. Once Su Jing dies, you'll be able to rest in peace in the netherworld. Chapter 1696. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian and Su Jing stood facing each other. Although there were many people in the nimble chess set, it was extremely quiet at this moment. Everyone was quietly watching Duan Lingtian and Su Jing without blinking. Although they already knew the outcome of this battle, deep in their hearts, they still hoped that there would be a miracle. However, in the depths of their hearts, they still hoped for a miracle to happen. Although it was almost impossible, as long as one was a normal person, they would yearn for a miracle. Only a miracle could make them excited. If what happened next was what they had expected and Li Feng was killed by Su Jing, they would not be surprised at all. Sigh. Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and shook their heads in tacit understanding. They were helpless in the face of Li Feng's impulsiveness. However, although they were helpless, they could not intervene because this was Li Feng's own choice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had changed his name to Li Feng, was staring coldly at Su Jing. Since Su Jing had allowed him to make the first move, he naturally would not be courteous. Whoosh! In an instant, the sun true origin in Duan Lingtian's body soared. A golden radiance that was as bright as the sun immediately swept in all directions. Many people could not help but squint their eyes. What kind of true origin is Li Feng's true origin? Why does it feel so exaggerated? That's right. This is my first time seeing such true origin. When Duan Lingtian's true origin appeared on the surface of his body, many people began to discuss among themselves. Soon, under their watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded in a layer of golden light shield. The golden light shield was like a scorching sun as it continued to expand. In the end, it transformed into a gigantic light ball with a diameter of 100 meters. Duan Lingtian was also completely shrouded in the gigantic light ball. His territory makes it impossible for people to see what's inside. Many people smiled wryly when they saw this. Apart from Su Jing and the hunchbacked young man next to him, everyone present had seen Duan Lingtian's territory before. Although they were no longer surprised, they were still quite amazed. This was the first time they had seen such a domain. However, we can be sure that Li Feng's domain is related to the sword. Soon, another person spoke. Isn't that obvious? Previously, in the battle between Li Feng and Su Ken, he used his domain to form a golden sword to kill Su Ken, someone else said. At the same time, when Su Jing saw Duan Lingtian's domain hanging there like a blazing sun, he could not help but feel shocked. The scorching, sun-like domain in front of him made it impossible for him to see the scene inside. Everything inside was unknown to him. and the unknown was usually the scariest. Due to this reason, although Su Jing was a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, he no longer underestimated Duan Lingtian's territory. His expression was solemn as he faced it seriously. The hunchbacked young man who had followed Duan Lingtian here was also shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian's domain. This was his first time seeing such a strange territory. However, when he thought about his young mansion master's current strength, he felt relieved. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "It doesn't matter how strange your territory is. You're destined to die in front of young mansion master." Boom, 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 boom. As a series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian, who was holding up his golden light shield, made his move. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, the 10,000 swords territory moved as well. When the entire territory moved, it was naturally met with great resistance. Due to the friction between the resistance and the friction, it set off a series of loud explosions. All of a sudden, just as Su Jing's true origin and devil qi surged out of his body, the huge golden light shield that enveloped Duan Lingtian, the 10,000 swords territory that was consolidated by the Sun true origin, shrunk rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's figure appeared before everyone's eyes again. Apart from Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsin, nobody else present on the scene saw this process. Ren Zhong and the other two could see that when Duan Lingtian's territory shrunk rapidly, the 10,000 sword rays that were whistling in the air gradually merged into one. In the end, it appeared in his hand and transformed into a 3-foot-long blade that shone with a dazzling golden light. Although the 3-foot-long blade was not a real sword, it emitted waves of oppressive sword qi. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian held the 3-foot-long blade in his hand as he stood there, emitting waves of sword qi that shot up to the sky. A sword cultivator. At this moment, the hearts of everyone present on the scene jolted as this thought appeared in their minds. At this moment, almost everyone was certain that Duan Lingtian was a sword cultivator. The sword in his hand seems to be consolidated by his territory. The oppressive sword qi that surges out of it seems to be even more powerful than the yin-yang two forms, sword that Jing Su Zi transformed from his territory. Soon after, many people with discerning eyes exclaimed in surprise, "That's right, Jing Su Zi's yin-yang two-form sword is indeed a far cry from the sword in his hand." Many people chimed in. The reason they had such a feeling was because the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand contained the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Sword shadow follows the heart. If one took a closer look, one could vaguely see strands of translucent sword shadows surrounding the golden sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. These sword shadows only appeared after Duan Lingtian performed the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Sword shadow follows the heart. Humph! So what if you're a sword cultivator? In the face of an absolute difference in strength, you're still nothing. At this moment, Su Jing, who had also consolidated his territory, snorted coldly as he mocked Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond to him. To be more precise, he did not respond to him verbally. The only thing that responded to him was the sword in his hand. It was a sword that shone with a dazzling radiance, like the scorching sun. Whoosh! The sword tore through the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It gave off a strange feeling as though Duan Lingtian and his sword had transformed into a gigantic sword that charged toward Su Jing. Whoosh! 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 Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was charging at him menacingly, Su Jing did not dare to be careless. His hand shook, and in an instant his hurricane territory began to tremble. Soon after, a vast tornado was formed. Devil qi soared into the sky from the tornado. Although it was not as powerful as Su Jing's full-force attack when he killed the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, it was not too far off. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian charged into the tornado with his sword. Gasp! 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 Immediately, the sound of people sucking in cold air was heard. The people present all looked at the figure who had entered the tornado with pity. However, they were soon stunned. This was because they did not see the bloody mist that they had expected. This Li Feng actually managed to survive after charging into the tornado formed by Su Jing's territory. As expected, he's not simple. This Li Feng must be one of the best among mastery, refined saint stage martial cultivators. That's right. However, accepting Su Jing's challenge is destined to be his biggest mistake. This mistake will cost him his life. He's too rash. Otherwise, with his talent, not to mention a fourth-rate force, even a quasi-third-rate force would fight to the death to take him in. Chapter 1697. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who had charged into the tornado, did not die. Unknowingly, a layer of translucent sword qi had appeared on the surface of his body, protecting him within it. It was airtight. Even when the vast energy in the tornado wreaked havoc, it could only cause the sword energy to tremble. It could not break the sword energy at all. This sword energy was naturally the profundity of the second stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword shadow following the heart. Although it was fused with the sun true origin, it completely enveloped the sun true origin and did not reveal itself at all. Under normal circumstances, only a higher level of energy would be able to completely contain other energy. Based on this, one could see how extraordinary the second stage of the sovereign heart sword was. This was where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from. The confidence he had was naturally the confidence he had in killing Su Jing. If the sovereign heart sword had not entered the second stage, Duan Lingtian would not have any confidence he could defeat Su Jing. After all, Su Jing was a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. If he had not made a breakthrough in the sovereign heart sword, let alone a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, Duan Lingtian would not even be confident he could defeat a mastery refined saint stage martial, Dao or devil cultivator. At most, they would be evenly matched. For this reason, to Duan Lingtian, the breakthrough in the sovereign heart sword was like a timely rain. With the 3-foot-long blade transformed from the 10,000 swords territory in his hand and the sword shadow following the heart sword's second stage, the sword shadow following the heart, Duan Lingtian felt as though the 3-foot-long blade in his hand had become a part of his body. The sword moved according to his heart without any hesitation at all. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian, who had charged into the tornado and was not affected by it immediately through the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. At once, a dazzling golden light shot out from his hand. At the same time, the 3-foot-long blade brought Duan Lingtian through Su Jing's territory and headed straight for him. To be more precise, it was heading straight for the spot between Su Jing's brows. What a fast speed! At the same time, whether it was Rin Zhong, Lu Hongguang, or Su Tsin, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They discovered something shocking. Duan Lingtian's current speed was not something a mastery, refined saint stage martial cultivator could possess. He's also at the peak of the refined saint stage? After this thought appeared in the hearts of the three, their hearts couldn't help but beat faster, as if their hearts would jump out at any moment. Another powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. After discovering this fact, how could they not be shocked? This was especially true for Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang. Their eyes shone brightly as they looked at each other. They could see the intense hostility in each other's eyes. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, they hoped to recruit Duan Lingtian into their respective factions. Even in a quasi-third-rate force, there might not be such an outstanding martial cultivator. They had never heard of such a person who was at the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40 in the Debussy subterranean. At this moment, they finally understood why Duan Lingtian was so confident. He even rejected their good intentions and insisted on accepting Su Jing's challenge. As it turned out, he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, so he was not afraid of Su Jing at all. Young Mansion Master, be careful. He's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. At the same time, Su Tsin also hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Su Jing. Although he did not really like Su Jing, this battle was related to Su Jing's safety, so he had to be careful. He could imagine if Su Jing died here, he would be severely punished when he returned to the Rising Sky Mansion. He might even be punished to meditate for 100 years. After all, he was the leader of the Rising Sky Mansion. He was obligated to protect Su Jing's safety. Currently, Su Jing was no longer the good-for-nothing rich kid. Currently, Su Jing's cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage. He was the hope of the Rising Sky Mansion. Now that Su Jing had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to lead the Rising Sky Mansion to a higher level and become a quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy subterranean. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, quasi-third-rate forces were absolutely supreme forces. Not only did they occupy the best Saint Stone reserves, but they even occupied the Saint Martial Secret Zone in the Debussy subterranean that could be counted with one's fingers. The Saint Martial Secret Zone was a secret zone that could allow many genius martial cultivators to soar. There were all kinds of cultivation resources and rare treasures inside. Becoming a quasi-third-rate force was every fourth-rate force's dream. Naturally, it was difficult to realize this dream. However, it did not affect fourth-rate forces from pursuing it. Putting aside the Saint Stone reserves, the Saint Martial Secret Zone was the foundation of a quasi-third-rate force. It was something fourth-rate forces would fight over. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, the Saint Martial Secret Zone was also known as the Cradle of Geniuses, the peak of the refined saint stage. In fact, even without Su Tsin's reminder, Su Jing had already seen through it. Li Feng, who was charging at him with his sword and ignored his tornado, was a powerful opponent. He was definitely not someone a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator could compare to. Even if the flowery monk and Jing Suzi were to join forces, they would not be able to compare to Li Feng. Humph! Suddenly, Su Jing coldly snorted. A moment later, the hurricane domain rapidly shrank and finally turned into a small tornado in front of him. The reason why it was called a small tornado was because it was only twice as tall as Su Jing. Although it was small, the energy it contained was not simple at all. When Duan Lingtian's 3-foot-long green sword entered, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel how terrifying this mini tornado that was filled with monstrous devil chi was. This was because the mini tornado was rapidly depleting his sun true origin. Moreover, to a certain extent, this mini tornado had already threatened the protective sword energy on the surface of his body. Descent of the Wind Dragon. While Duan Lingtian was still in shock over Su Jing's technique, Su Jing's shout resonated in the air. Following that, the mini tornado suddenly trembled before it transformed into a divine dragon that was completely formed by wind. Naturally, the wind that had transformed into a divine dragon was extremely sharp and terrifying. As it roared, it seemed as though the void was vibrating. When the tornado transformed, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the 3-foot-long green sword in his hand had lost its restraints. However, although the sword was no longer restrained, Duan Lingtian did not intend to continue attacking Su Jing. At the first moment, he seemed to have discovered something, and his figure quickly swept back. At the same time, the divine dragon that had transformed into a mini tornado suddenly turned its head and smashed onto the spot where Duan Lingtian was standing earlier. The void instantly shook. Boom! Along with a loud bang, ripples appeared in the void and spread out like ripples. A terrifying airwave exploded in the void, setting off gusts of violent wind. This was enough to show how terrifying the attack was. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had dodged the attack, first could not help but feel a lingering fear. I really didn't expect Su Jing to have such a terrifying martial tactic. The power of this martial tactic must be an offensive technique in the earth, rank, prominent saint, grade martial tactic. Moreover, it must have been cultivated to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. This was Duan Lingtian's guess. Duan Lingtian had indeed guessed correctly. The martial tactic that Su Jing had used was called the descent of the wind dragon. It was an offensive technique in the earth, rank, prominent saint, grade martial tactic. It was also one of the few most powerful offensive techniques in the Rising Sky Mansion. It was on par with the space-shattering origin explosion that Su Tsun had mastered. Humph, you're really quick to dodge. Su Jing snorted coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian had dodged his attack first. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze was completely different. If it was said that his gaze when he looked at Duan Lingtian earlier was filled with contempt, there was no longer any contempt in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian now. Instead of contempt, it was solemn. At this moment, he had no choice but to be solemn. Previously, he did not know Li Feng's true strength. However, based on what he saw earlier, it seemed like Li Feng's strength was not inferior to his at all. He was also at the peak of the refined saint stage. Naturally, he could see that although Li Feng was also at the peak of the refined saint stage, he must have just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage like him. Due to this reason, although his gaze and expression were solemn, he did not have any intention of retreating at all. Their strength was on par with each other. Instead, it aroused his desire to win. At the same time, the onlookers finally regained their senses. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. This Li Feng is actually so strong. Based on the strength he displayed earlier and the technique he used to dodge Su Jing's attack, his strength is most likely at the peak of the refined saint stage as well. Heavens! He's not even 40 years old yet. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who's not even 40 years old. In our WCI, subterranean, even those quasi-third-rate forces might not have someone like that, right? No wonder he was so confident when he accepted Su Jing's challenge. Originally, I thought he was being impulsive. However, it seems like he's really confident. Although he's also at the peak of the refined saint stage. Based on the earlier exchange of blows, his strength seems to be slightly inferior to Su Jing's. I've also noticed that his strength is indeed slightly inferior. The onlookers discussed animatedly among themselves. The topic of discussion revolved around Duan Lingtian's alias, Li Feng. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also become the center of attention. Little brother Li Feng, if you think you're no match for Su Jing, just admit defeat. As long as you admit defeat, I'll be able to save you. At this moment, a voice transmission resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell this was the voice of Rin Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. As soon as Rin Zhong's voice transmission left his mouth, Lu Hongguang's voice transmission arrived as well. As for the content of the voice transmissions, they were similar. Although Duan Lingtian knew both of them were so kind because they wanted him to live so he could join their respective forces, he still thanked them politely. Chapter 1698. Su Jing's expression turned grave when he saw Duan Lingtian's strength. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, his expression turned grave immediately. His opponent's indifferent tone made him extremely displeased. In fact, up until now he had the upper hand. Su Jing was not the only one who thought this way. Everyone present on the scene, including Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsun, had the same thought as well. However, they were unaware of this. This was exactly what Duan Lingtian wanted. When Duan Lingtian saw the hint of disdain in Su Jing's eyes, he knew he had achieved his goal. He did not use his full strength when he attacked earlier. He wanted to make Su Jing let his guard down. Only then would he be confident he could kill Su Jing before Su Jing admitted defeat. Although Su Jing was extremely arrogant, if he discovered Duan Lingtian's strength was far superior to his, he would definitely put aside his pride and admit defeat for the sake of his life. This was not something Duan Lingtian wanted to see. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian and Su Jing began to fight again, Duan Lingtian continued to fight with Su Jing with the same strength as before. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage and looked slightly wretched. When the group of Seckless cultivators saw this, they began to worry about Duan Lingtian. It's obviously Feng isn't a match for Su Jing. Why isn't he admitting defeat? That's right. Don't tell me he thinks he can defeat Su Jing. If this continues, he'll be killed by Su Jing sooner or later. If it were me, I'd definitely admit defeat. Don't tell me Li Feng thinks his reputation is more important than his life. The group of Seckless cultivators was worried sick about Duan Lingtian. They were unaware that the person involved was having a good time. At this moment, even Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Young Mansion Master, kill him! At this moment, someone among the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion shouted. Immediately, the others began to shout as well. Kill him! Kill him! The group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion shouted loudly. Their voices entered Su Jing's ears, causing him to feel slightly smug. Su Jing's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He thought to himself, it's time for this game to end. The moment he thought of this, his attacks became even more ferocious. When Duan Lingtian realized this, a subtle light flashed in the depth of his eyes. His chance had finally arrived. Duan Lingtian had a panicked expression on his face when he saw the wind dragon controlled by Su Jing charging at him, and he hurriedly retreated. Still trying to escape? A hint of disdain could be seen in Su Jing's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression and his actions. His body flashed as his speed increased. Roar! It sounded like a true dragon's roar as Su Jing used his territory, his true origin, and his martial technique to transform into a wind dragon. It tore through the sky and pounced toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws. Its speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian's speed could not compare to it. Due to this reason, the wind dragon quickly caught up to Duan Lingtian. When Su Jing saw the wind dragon was about to hit Duan Lingtian's back, he came to a halt as a victorious smile appeared on his face. Bang! Along with a loud explosion, the wind dragon that Su Jing had cast exploded and released a terrifying force. The force caused the air to tremble. If an ordinary martial cultivator who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage was hit by this attack, he would definitely die. However, could an ordinary martial cultivator who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage compare to Duan Lingtian's strength? To be more precise, could an ordinary martial cultivator who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage compare to Duan Lingtian's defense? In fact, Duan Lingtian's body was even more powerful than a six-clawed divine dragon at the same level. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage, although his body was powerful, when faced with Su Jing's attack, he was still heavily injured, even with the protection of the sword energy, formed by the Sun True origin from the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword shadow following the heart. When Duan Lingtian was injured and Su Jing had a smug expression on his face, whoosh! A short-lived sword cry suddenly resonated in the air. It was like a ghost's cry and wolf's howl that tore through the silence of the night. In the eyes of Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsin, a swift golden sword ray shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand. Its speed was so fast that it was much faster than Duan Lingtian's previous attack. Not only that, but the speed of this sword ray was even faster than Su Jing's wind dragon. At this moment, if they still did not know Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength, they would have lived their lives in vain. Young Mansion Master! Horror dawned on Su Tsin's face. He immediately shouted, trying to warn Su Jing. However, Currently, Su Jing was still immersed in the joy of Duan Lingtian being struck. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would make such a move at all. For this reason, when he finally regained his senses, the swift golden sword ray was only a foot away from him. At this moment, the feeling the golden sword ray gave him was not a sword ray at all. It was more like a dazzling sun. The sun came crashing down on his face. Spurt! Blood splattered everywhere as a bloody hole appeared at the center of Su Jing's brows. However, a smug smile remained on his face. This smile would be the last smile in his life. Barf! At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was severely injured, could no longer hold it in. He opened his mouth and threw up a mouthful of blood. The extravasated blood fell into the air like stars in the sky, like dazzling red roses. Although Duan Lingtian was severely injured, he did not forget to take Su Jing's spatial ring. After all, it was his spoils of war. It was only when Duan Lingtian snatched Su Jing's spatial ring and allowed Su Jing's body to fall on the huge chess piece and smash into a pulp that the people present on the scene finally regained their senses. When they finally regained their senses, the scene was dead silent again. Young Mansion Master! In the end, it was Su Zhen who snapped everyone back to their senses. However, as soon as Su Zhen shouted, two figures appeared next to Duan Lingtian and shielded him. They stared at Su Zhen as though they were afraid Su Zhen would attack Duan Lingtian in a fit of rage. They did not dare to let their guard down when faced with Su Zhen, who had a criminal record. Naturally, these two people were none other than Rin Zhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. They were also shocked by how Duan Lingtian managed to kill Su Jing at the critical moment. From the beginning until the end, they had witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Jing. At the moment Su Jing was killed, they finally realized that Duan Lingtian's act of showing weakness was merely a smokescreen to deceive Su Jing. It was precisely because of this smokescreen that Su Jing had let his guard down and was killed at the critical moment. It seems like Duan Lingtian has the intention of killing Su Jing since the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so careful and calculated. Ren Zhong thought to himself. Lu Hongguang's thoughts were similar as well. They could see that although Duan Lingtian was stronger than Su Jing, it was not impossible for him to kill Su Jing in a head-on battle. However, if it was a head-on battle, Su Jing would have a chance to admit defeat. He might not be able to kill Su Jing. Due to Duan Lingtian's scheme, Su Jing had fallen into his trap and was led by the nose. In the end, he could not escape death. At this moment, Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang's thoughts were extremely active, let alone in the Debussy subterranean. Even in the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were not many genius martial cultivators who possessed such intelligence. If such a person joined their forces, it would only be a matter of time before their forces became a quasi-third-rate force. It was precisely because of this that they were so eager to appear next to Duan Lingtian to protect Duan Lingtian. Li Feng, how dare you kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? How dare you? When Su Zhen saw Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang standing next to Duan Lingtian, he knew he could not make a move. However, he could not just let this go. The Rising Sky Mansion's hope was destroyed by Li Feng. He did not doubt that once this news spread to the Rising Sky Mansion, Li Feng would definitely become the Rising Sky Mansion's #1 enemy. He wants to kill me, so why can't I kill him? What a joke! After consuming the healing medicinal pill, Duan Lingtian had slightly recovered from his injuries. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said mockingly, "Don't tell me all of you from the Rising Sky Mansion are so overbearing." If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would be afraid of Su Zhen's threat. However, Duan Lingtian had come this time to kill Su Jing. How could he be afraid of Su Zhen's threat? Xuan Nai, Brother Lingtian has killed Su Jing for you. From now on, you'll be able to live the life you want happily again. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The mocking smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a gentle smile. Naturally, in the eyes of others, it looked more like a silly smile. He killed Su Jing. At the same time, the onlookers regained their senses one after another. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who was smiling foolishly. Currently, Duan Lingtian had a silly smile on his cold face. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem right. However, not many people paid attention to this. Everyone's attention was focused on the fact that Duan Lingtian had killed Su Jing. When the people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine saw Su Jing was killed, all of them smiled. Their gazes, when they looked at Duan Lingtian, turned much gentler. Thank you, benefactor Li Feng. Thank you, fellow Taoist Li Feng. 2 voice transmissions entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner, waking him up from his daze. When Duan Lingtian raised his head, he discovered the voice transmissions were from none other than the abbot of Brahma Temple and the shrine master of Pure Yang Shrine. By killing Su Jing, he had indirectly avenged the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Li Feng! Li Feng! At the same time, the sectless cultivators present on the scene were in an uproar. All of them called out Duan Lingtian's alias excitedly. Chapter 1699. The sectless cultivators present on the scene felt proud after Duan Lingtian killed Su Jing. In fact, let alone the Rising Sky Mansions district, even in the entire Debussy subterranean and the Tao Marshall St. Land, sectless cultivators were usually suppressed by those who had a force backing them up. After all, those who had a force backing them up would usually have a better cultivation environment and resources. As for sectless cultivators, they were born and nurtured by heaven and earth. However, today, Duan Lingtian had killed Su Jing as a sectless cultivator. Who was Su Jing? The young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. If it was before today, although many people would be surprised when Duan Lingtian killed Su Jing, it would not be as exaggerated as it was now. Today, Su Jing's performance was completely different from before. Not only did he kill the best among the sectless cultivators, but he even managed to kill his old rival, Zhonggu, even when the flowery monk and Jing Suzi had joined forces. In fact, in the past, the flowery monk and Jing Suzi had the strength to easily crush him. However, it only took him a year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage, giving him the strength to become the strongest person among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Naturally, if it was not for Duan Lingtian, Su Jing would have become the strongest person among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district after the Rising Sky ranking battle ended. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's appearance, or to be more precise, the appearance of Duan Lingtian Li Feng, had not only pulled him down from the clouds, but it had also caused him to fall into hell, never to be able to rise again. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's killing of Su Jing shocked everyone present on the scene. More importantly, Duan Lingtian was not more than 40 years old. He's not more than 40 years old, but his cultivation base is already at the peak of the refined saint stage. This Li Feng is really monstrous. Previously, he seemed to have the intention of joining either the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion. No matter if it's the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, once he joins us, it won't be impossible for us to become a quasi-third-rate force in a few decades. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang. The two of them were the representatives of the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion, respectively. Duan Lingtian had also expressed his intention to join the forces behind them. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and saw the hostility in each other's eyes. After all, there was only one Li Feng, and they couldn't split it in half. Li Feng, as the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you join the Rising Sky Mansion and swear on the lightning penalty, oath that you'll serve the Rising Sky Mansion wholeheartedly. I'll spare your life on behalf of the Rising Sky Mansion. Not only that, but the Rising Sky Mansion will also nurture you without any reservation. It's not impossible for you to become the next mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion in the future. At this moment, a voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than the voice transmission from Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. Based on Su Tsin's words, it was obvious the Rising Sky Mansion would not look for trouble with Duan Lingtian as long as he was willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Although Su Tsin wished for nothing more than to get rid of the murder of his grandson, after witnessing the monstrous innate talent of the other party, even he could not help but cherish the other party's talent. If he could bring such a genius back, it would definitely be a great achievement. At that time, nobody would blame him for Su Jing's death. As for the mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, although he loved his son very much, in Su Tsin's opinion, as long as he was not out of his mind, he would definitely realize how importantly Feng was to the Rising Sky Mansion. The Rising Sky Mansion used to be a quasi-third-rate force before it was reduced to a fourth-rate force. Due to this reason, the Rising Sky Mansion was more eager than any other fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force again. In the face of the clan's interest, personal enmity could be put aside. Elder Su, did I hear wrongly? Upon hearing Su Tsin's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian looked at him casually and said, "You're asking me to join the Rising Sky Mansion? Even if you can put aside your grandson's enmity, don't tell me the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion can also put aside his son's enmity and not make things difficult for me?" The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. No one expected that Su Tsin, the person who wanted to kill Li Feng the most, would open his mouth to recruit Li Feng. Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang, on the other hand, could understand Su Tsin. After all, Li Feng's innate talent was just too monstrous. As long as he was around and did not die prematurely, it would not be difficult for him to lead a fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force in the future. For a moment, their eyes were filled with hostility as they looked at Su's little brother Li Feng. Don't believe him. He's most likely trying to trick you into leaving with him and killing you halfway. Rin Zhong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, trying to sow discord between Duan Lingtian and Su Tsin. He did not wish for Duan Lingtian to join the Rising Sky Mansion, even though he could understand why Su Tsin would make such a decision. Lu Hongguang sent a voice transmission as well. The meaning of his words was similar to Rin Zhong's voice transmission. He was also trying to sow discord between Duan Lingtian and Su Tsin naturally. Duan Lingtian could guess their thoughts. He could not help but laugh inwardly. However, he still replied to reassure them that he would definitely not join the Rising Sky Mansion. Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang were very satisfied with Duan Lingtian's reply, since it meant they would have one less competitor. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion actually wants Li Feng to join the Rising Sky Mansion. At the same time, many people regained their senses and found it hard to believe. Don't tell me he's forgotten that his grandson was killed by Li Feng? Did he forget that the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion was also killed by Li Feng? Someone asked curiously. You don't understand, right? With Li Feng's innate talent, let alone killing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, even if he killed the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, as long as he's willing to join the Rising Sky Mansion, the people in the Rising Sky Mansion will still welcome him. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage below the age of 40 is not a joke. That's right. If such a genius martial cultivator is given enough time to grow, it won't be difficult for him to lead a fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force in the future. In front of the future of the force behind him, personal enmity seems insignificant. The crowd discussed among themselves. Gradually, they felt that Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, was right for him to make such a decision. When the group of people from Rising Sky Mansion heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were furious. They felt the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Tsin, was embarrassing the Rising Sky Mansion. However, now that they had calmed down, they felt Su Tsin was not wrong. Don't worry. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath to serve the Rising Sky Mansion for life, I can guarantee that not only me, but even Lord Mansion Master won't make things difficult for you. Su Tsin was not angry when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he promised bluntly, "Looks like your Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion is as cold-blooded as you. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in joining such a cold-blooded force." Duan Lingtian rejected him directly. Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang smiled when they saw Duan Lingtian had rejected Su Tsin. However, Su Tsin's expression was extremely grave. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang and transmitted his voice to them. "Vice Mansion Master Rin, Elder Lu, I'm afraid none of the people from Rising Sky Mansion will be able to enter the Rising Sky ranking. I'm worried that Su Tsin will lie in ambush and wait for an opportunity to attack me after he leaves with his men. For this reason, I'd like to leave first and wait for all of you at the Hengduan mountain range 100 miles to the west. Is that okay?" When Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang heard this, they looked at each other and nodded. Indeed, if Su Tsin left first with his men and did not really leave, he would lie in ambush outside the Nimble Valley and launch a sneak attack. Even they would not be able to guard against it. Moreover, although the strongest person in the group of people from Rising Sky Mansion was Su Tsin, there was another Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion in a city near the Nimble Valley. If Su Tsin went to greet him, it would not be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack. Due to this reason, they agreed to Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. "Sure, you can wait for us at the Hengduan mountain range 100 miles to the west. We know where that place is. In any case, up until now, although the Rising Sky ranking battle has yet to begin, I'm sure no one will object to it since you're ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking. After all, your strength speaks for itself. You deserve to be ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking." Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang told Duan Lingtian. "In that case, thank you, Vice Mansion Master Rin and Elder Lu." After Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude, he flew away under the watchful eyes of the others and left. When Su Tsin saw Duan Lingtian had actually left the nimble chess game, his eyes flashed coldly. He instantly wanted to chase after him. Unfortunately, as long as Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang were there, he would not be able to do anything. "Vice Mansion Master Rin, Elder Lu, what's the meaning of this?" Su Tsin's expression was grave. "Now that my Rising Sky Mansion's disciples no longer have any hope of being ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, don't tell me I can't even bring my people away. Elder Su, you can leave if you want, but you'll have to wait for 15 minutes. The same goes for the people from the Rising Sky Mansion," Rin Zhong said indifferently. Lu Hongguang did not say anything. When he saw the people from the Raging Wave Mansion flying out and blocking the people from the Rising Sky Mansion with a wave of his hand, one could see his decision. At this moment, no matter how stupid Su Tsin was, he knew Rin Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and Li Feng had come to an agreement. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. When Duan Lingtian left the Nimble chess game and the Nimble Valley, Rin Zhong looked at the surroundings and said loudly, "Everyone, the Rising Sky ranking battle this time can be considered as the most exciting one in the past several hundreds of years." Chapter 1700. It did not cross anyone's mind that as soon as Li Feng left, Ren Zhong would announce that he was ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking. However, everyone present on the scene agreed with Ren Zhong's words. Put aside the fact that Li Feng had killed Su Jing, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage. Just based on Li Feng's cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, it was enough for him to be proud of himself. None of the participants of the Rising Sky ranking battle had any intention of fighting Li Feng at all. Due to this reason, even if Li Feng did not leave, the other ringmasters would only go through the motions when they fought with Li Feng, since they would admit defeat immediately. They would not dare to make a move in front of Li Feng. Up until now, everyone who fought with Li Feng had been killed. 3 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples had died in Li Feng's hands one after another. Although they did not know if Li Feng would only kill the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples and not the others, they did not dare to take the risk. If they made the wrong bet, they would die. Everyone only had 1 life. Once they died, they would have nothing left. Vice Mansion Master Rin, isn't this against the rules? Due to Duan Lingtian's departure and Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang's obstruction, Su Tsin could not catch up to Duan Lingtian and kill him. When he heard Ren Zhong's words, he immediately mocked him. Although he felt that even if Li Feng did not leave, he would still be ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking in the end. However, when he thought about how Li Feng had left so calmly and even obtained the honor of being ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking, he was filled with resentment. Against the rules. Before Ren Zhong could speak, Lu Hongguang smirked coldly. Elder Su, it's not up to you to decide if it's against the rules or not, right? When Su Tsin's expression turned grave, someone immediately took the place of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple who had become the ringmaster after Su Jing had admitted defeat. Now, among the 9 ringmasters present, is there anyone who disagrees with Li Feng being ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking? If you don't agree, you can come to our Sky Hurdle Mansion and fight with Li Feng. Ren Zhong looked at the 9 champions in the ring and said with certainty. Hearing Ren Zhong's words, Lu Hongguang frowned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. What did he mean by going to the Sky Hurdle Prefecture to fight with Li Feng? Could it be that Ren Zhong thought that Li Feng had already set his mind on the Sky Hurdle Mansion? Lu Hongguang immediately chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. That's right. If any of the 9 of you are unconvinced, you can come to the Raging Wave Mansion to challenge Li Feng in the future. If you win, the first place of the Rising Sky ranking will be yours. Hearing Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's words, the 9 arena champions looked at each other, but no one said anything for a long time. What a joke! Li Feng's strength was obvious to all. Fighting with Li Feng was absolutely courting death. I have no objections. Monk Jiu Ro was the first to express his opinion. Because of Flowery Monk's death, Monk Jiu Ro's expression didn't look good. That was his junior brother. He did not have any biological brothers and had long regarded Flowery Monk as his biological younger brother. Naturally, he was furious that his biological younger brother was killed. Now that Li Feng had killed Su Jing and indirectly avenged the Flowery Monk, he was very grateful to Li Feng. Naturally, he would not cause trouble for Li Feng at this moment. With Monk Jiu Ro taking the lead to express his opinion, Jing Suzi and In Suzi from the Pure Yang Shrine followed suit. Subsequently, a few sectless cultivators also expressed their opinions. Seeing the trend, the remaining few arena champions also expressed their opinions one by one, agreeing that Li Feng would be the first place of the Rising Sky ranking this time. In that case, the first place of the Rising Sky ranking has been decided. It's Li Feng. As for the second place to the 10th place will begin tomorrow. Now let's disperse. The moment Rin Zhong's words left his mouth, he joined forces with Lu Hongguang to remove the Nimble chess set. Everyone instantly appeared in the Nimble Valley. After 15 minutes, Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang no longer stopped Su Tsin and the others from the Rising Sky Mansion. However, before Su Tsin left, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang, respectively. What he meant was that only one of them could obtain Duan Lingtian, and he was willing to offer some benefits in exchange for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. As long as one of them told him Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, he would immediately offer the benefits he promised. Unfortunately, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang did not bother with him at all. Benefits? Would they lack anything that Suits could offer? Moreover, what could be compared to a peerless genius like Li Feng? When Suits saw that Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang were ignoring him, his face turned pale. In the end, he gritted his teeth and left with the people from the Rising Sky Mansion furiously. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the Hengduan mountain range that was 100 miles west of the Nimble Valley. Have you heard? The mystical Sky Mansion will be recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 in the Dao Martial Saint Land in a year's time. It's said that the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone will open in a year's time as well. In the dead of night, Duan Lingtian, who was resting on an ancient pine tree in the Hengduan mountain range, heard a voice that was getting closer and closer. He squinted his eyes and looked through the night, only to discover two people walking in the air side by side. Yes, I heard about it today as well. That's the Saint Martial Secret Zone that only quasi-third-rate forces have. Only Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 are allowed to enter. Once they enter, even those with little fortuitous encounters will be greatly improved, let alone those with great fortuitous encounters. The other person's voice resonated in the air and gradually faded away. A short while later, the voices of the two disappeared because they had gradually gone far away. A quasi-third-rate force, Mystical Sky Mansion, recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40? Saint Martial Secret Zone. In the night sky, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up like two stars in the night sky. Originally, he had planned to join either the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion according to the conditions set by Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang after the Rising Sky ranking battle ended tomorrow. His goal was to use a fourth-rate force as a springboard to rise up. After he had broken through to the Eminent Saint Stage, he would head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for his fiancée, Kerr. Moreover, he would use a fourth-rate force to inquire about his father's whereabouts. Now that he heard the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, was recruiting disciples and had set a rule that only Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40, he had another idea. Compared to a fourth-rate force, a quasi-third-rate force was undoubtedly a better springboard. Moreover, he was also curious about the Saint Martial Secret Zone that only quasi-third-rate forces had. This was because this was his first time hearing about the Saint Martial Secret Zone. If that's the case, I can only stand Vice Mansion Master Rin and Elder Lu up. Fortunately, I'm not using my true identity now. Li Feng is only an alias, so I don't have to worry about them hunting me down. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian left the Hengduan mountain range under the cover of the night. At this moment, whether it was Ren Zhong or Lu Hongguang, none of them knew Li Feng had already stood them up and left in advance. They were still waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. After the Rising Sky ranking battle ended tomorrow, it was very likely that Li Feng would join the force behind them. Just the thought of it made them feel excited. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Even if he knew, he would still leave. Whether it was Ren Zhong or Lu Hongguang, he knew very well the reason why they valued him. It was none other than his innate talent. Otherwise, the two of them would not have bothered about him at all. Now that he had a better choice, there was no need for him to focus on the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion. Although he knew it was Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's duty to protect him during the Rising Sky ranking battle, he still owed them a favor. Vice Mansion Master Rin, Elder Lu, if I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely return the favor. Duan Lingtian had never liked owing people favors. After leaving the Hengduan mountain range, Duan Lingtian returned to the Green Wave Han Mansion district and the Green Wave Han Mansion. With his current strength, unless it was a powerhouse at the Eminent Saint Stage or above in the Green Wave Han Mansion, nobody would be able to find him if he wanted to hide. Although he was only an intermediate, pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator, his strength was comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined Saint Stage. Naturally, it would not matter even if he did not hide. After all, Not only did he know the Greenwave Han Mansion's eldest miss, Han Xuanai, but he also knew the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Zhengtian. Originally, he wanted to look for Han Shui Nai first to give her a surprise. However, after giving it some thought, Duan Lingtian decided to look for Han Zhengtian first. His uncle Han must be very anxious about this matter as well. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to reveal himself. The moment he revealed himself, he was, naturally, discovered by others. Due to the reason he had changed back to the cold face he had when he changed his name to Ling Tian. Some of the Greenwave Han Mansion's disciples who were in charge of patrolling recognized him. For this reason, they did not make things difficult for him. Duan Lingtian successfully met Han Zhengtian, the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion. "Little Tian, you're back? How was it?" Han Zhengtian asked impatiently when he saw Duan Lingtian had returned. Calculating the time, the Rising Sky ranking battle should have ended by now. Since Duan Lingtian had returned, it was obvious he had only returned after the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. If it was Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian might tease her. However, it was not appropriate for him to joke around with Han Zhengtian. That friend of yours really killed Su Jing." Han Zhengtian was overjoyed, but he still wanted to confirm it. Previously, when Duan Lingtian left, he had said he would ask a friend who seemed to be from a quasi-third-rate force to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, during the Rising Sky ranking battle. For this reason, Han Zhengtian did not know Duan Lingtian had personally killed Su Jing. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he had succeeded, he did not explain much since he felt there was no need for him to do so. "Little Tian, thank you." Naturally, Han Zhengtian did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. After taking a deep breath, he bowed at Duan Lingtian to express his gratitude, scaring Duan Lingtian so much that he quickly moved away. "Uncle Han, you can't do this. You can't do this. I treat Shui Nai as my biological sister. Her matter is my matter. You're her father, and you're my senior as well. There's no need for you to be so polite." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Han Zhengtian's face. At the same time, he sighed in relief as though a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he bade farewell and left to look for Han Xuanai. Since he was bored along the way, Duan Lingtian thought to himself and took out the spatial ring of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. When he dripped his blood on it in an attempt to claim ownership over it, he discovered it did not work. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what this meant. Su Jing didn't die. Chapter 1701. A spatial ring required a drop of blood to claim ownership over it in order to control the space inside and store items. Usually, once a spatial ring had claimed ownership, unless the owner took the initiative to cancel the claim or the owner died, nobody else would be able to open it. Currently, Duan Lingtian could not open the spatial ring that belonged to Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. For this reason, there was only one possibility. Su Jing was not dead. Impossible. However, when this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he thought it was impossible. Previously, when he killed Su Jing, he had used the sword ray consolidated from the 10,000 swords territory and the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword shadow following the heart, and his powerful physical strength to cast his most powerful sword strike and directly pierce through the space between Su Jing's brows. The space between the brows and the heart was a human's Achilles heel. The heart controlled the body, while the space between the brows controlled the soul. Piercing through the space between the brows was equivalent to destroying the soul. This was also the safest way to kill. If he attacked the heart, there was still a certain risk, since some people's hearts were slanted. At that time, if Duan Lingtian could not kill Su Jing with just one strike, Su Jing would have admitted defeat the moment he regained his senses. For this reason, he did not attack Su Jing's heart since he did not dare to take the risk. Due to this reason, he chose the safest way and pierced through the space between Su Jing's brows with his sword to destroy Su Jing's soul. At that time, I had extended my divine consciousness to investigate as well. Su Jing's soul had clearly dissipated as his body fell. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to survive since his soul has already begun to dissipate. However, why can't his spatial ring claim ownership over him? Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly grave. Perhaps there were many good things in Su Jing's spatial ring, including the flowery monk, Jing Suzi, and Zhonggu's spatial rings, but Duan Lingtian was not thinking about taking the things out. Instead, he was thinking about the reason why the spatial ring could not claim ownership over him. After thinking about it for a long time, there was only one possibility. Su Jing was not dead. Hualao. Duan Lingtian, who was unwilling to believe that Su Jing was still alive, immediately contacted Hualao, who was inside the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, to ask for the reason. When Hualao was at his peak, he was a powerful existence in the Devata realm. Perhaps he might be able to tell him something useful. After listening to Duan Lingtian's story, Hualao pondered for a moment and asked, "You said he's a demonic cultivator?" Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, "I heard from other people that Su Jing wasn't a devil cultivator a year ago. Moreover, he was only at the early refined saint stage. When he reappeared a year later, not only had he become a devil cultivator, but his cultivation base had also risen to the peak of the refined saint stage." Truth be told, even Duan Lingtian was shocked by Su Jing's progress. In fact, even with the help of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, 5 days in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was equivalent to 1 day outside. He was not confident he could cultivate from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage in a year outside. Before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, he had stayed in the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda for almost 4 years. Although he had spent part of his time comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword, most of his time was spent on raising his cultivation base. However, he had only managed to stabilize his early refined saint stage cultivation base and break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. Although Duan Lingtian was currently at the intermediate refined saint stage, he was very close to the mastery refined saint stage. Apart from that, his battle strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. This could be seen from the fact that he could kill Su Jing. He managed to improve so much in such a short time and even became a devil cultivator. I think the devil Dao cultivation method he cultivated must have recorded the soul congregation technique. Lao's voice resonated in the air. Soul congregation? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. This was his first time hearing this term. Yes, it's soul congregation. Lao replied, "Some of the brilliant devil Dao cultivation methods and Taoist celestial methods have records of the soul congregation technique. Soul congregation refers to the ability to reform one's soul after it's destroyed. Naturally, even if it's reformed, it'll take some time for it to fully recover." Then, does this mean he can come back to life? Duan Lingtian gasped. "You can say that." Lao replied again. Upon hearing Lao's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. Then, not only is Su Jing still alive, but he can even reform his destroyed soul and come back to life with the soul congregation technique? How could this be? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his face began to twitch. The reason he had traveled so far to the Rising Sky Mansion's district to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle was to kill Su Jing and save Xuan'ai. Initially, he thought he had killed Su Jing, but he did not expect things to turn out this way. Now, Uncle Han also thinks Su Jing is dead. If he finds out Su Jing is still alive, I wonder how disappointed he'll be. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. Duan Lingtian, who originally planned to look for Han Xuanai to report the good news, did not look for Han Xuanai when he recalled Su Jing was still alive. Instead, he left the Green Wave Han Mansion's estate alone. He needed to calm down now. Walao, you said it'll take some time for his soul to recover, even if he uses the soul congregation technique. How long will it take? Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao again. How long will it take depends on the soul congregation technique he has mastered. There are different grades of soul congregation techniques as well. However, even if it's the best soul congregation technique I know, it'll take at least 1.5 years to gather the soul of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage and possess a body for rebirth. Hua Lao replied, 1.5 years? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief immediately. Earlier, he was most worried that Su Jing would be able to recover immediately and the engagement between Su Jing and Xuanai would still go on. However, it seemed like he would not be able to fulfill this engagement for the time being. Duan Lingtian felt more at ease for the time being. 1.5 years? It's the best soul congregation technique Hua Lao has ever seen. The technique that Su Jing has mastered shouldn't be that powerful. It'll take him at least 2 to 3 years. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt even more at ease. However, his gaze gradually turned sharp. Su Jing, I can't believe you're still alive. However, since I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. In 2 to 3 years' time, it'll be as easy as killing a dog for me to kill you. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence regarding this. After 2 to 3 years' time, even if Su Jing had completely gathered his soul and possessed a body for rebirth, his cultivation base would at most be at its peak. Currently, Duan Lingtian could kill him. In another 2 to 3 years' time, it would be even easier for Duan Lingtian to kill Su Jing if his cultivation base remained the same. At that time, I'll use Li Feng's identity as an excuse to make a move on him. I'll just say that I'm unwilling to accept the fact that I didn't manage to kill him in the Rising Sky ranking battle and that a demon has appeared in my martial Dao heart, causing my path to the martial Dao to be blocked. Therefore, I'll use his life to clear all the obstacles in my path. In this way, the Green Wave Han Mansion won't be implicated. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt completely at ease. No matter what, the Rising Sky Mansion would not link Li Feng to the Green Wave Han Mansion. Due to this reason, he was not worried about implicating the Green Wave Han Mansion. In another month's time, the Rising Sky Mansion will come to fetch the bride. However, now that Su Jing's soul has dissipated and he's in a coma, it's impossible for him to marry Xue Nai no matter what. Xue Nai will be safe for the next 2 to 3 years. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he sighed in relief. It seemed like his trip to the Rising Sky Mansion's district was not in vain after all. After thinking it through, Duan Lingtian went to look for Han Xuanai. Brother Lingtian. When Han Xuanai saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of her again, she was naturally pleasantly surprised. A smile appeared on her originally gloomy face. However, this smile was bitter no matter how one looked at it. Brother Lingtian, where have you been in this 1 year? Han Xuanai did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and continued to ask. I went to the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Duan Lingtian smiled. You went to the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Upon hearing this, the smile on Han Xuanai's face froze immediately. The 3 words, Rising Sky Mansion, were no different from a curse to her. In a month's time, she would be marrying that good-for-nothing rich kid in the Rising Sky Mansion. When Duan Lingtian saw Xue Nai's expression froze and pain could be seen in her eyes, he immediately dismissed the idea of teasing her. He said bluntly, Xue Nai, don't worry. The Rising Sky Mansion won't be coming to pick you up after a month. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, has died in the Rising Sky ranking battle. The instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Han Xuanai was completely stunned. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was dead? He died in the Rising Sky ranking battle? This news was no different from a heavy bomb to Han Xuan'ai. It caused her heart to be in a mess. She, naturally, did not doubt Brother Ling Tian's words. Although she did not know who had killed Su Jing, this surprise had come too quickly. Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Xuan'ai calmly. From the beginning until the end, he did not miss the changes in Han Xuan'ai's expression. In the beginning it was shock, then it was disbelief. After that it was a pleasant surprise. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. For the time being, he did not plan to tell Han Xuan'ai that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was still alive. After all, the crisis at hand had temporarily been resolved. Brother Ling Tian, his death has something to do with you, doesn't it? Although Han Xuan'ai also felt her thoughts were a little wild, she had a strong feeling that the death of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had something to do with her brother Ling Tian. Calculating the time, the Rising Sky ranking battle had just ended a while ago. Yes. Chapter 1702. Although Han Xuan'ai was already mentally prepared, she was still shocked when she heard this from her big brother Ling Tian. Originally, she thought this matter had something to do with her big brother Ling Tian. It did not cross her mind that her big brother Ling Tian was the one who personally made the move. However, now that she heard her big brother Ling Tian said he was the one who personally made the move, how could she not be shocked by this? Big brother Ling Tian, your strength! Han Xuan'ai looked at Duan Ling Tian in a daze. Her face was filled with shock and disbelief. Other people might not understand Duan Ling Tian, but Han Xuan'ai knew him very well. Although Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was not bad, she did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill Su Jing at all. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was already at the early refined saint stage a year ago. After a year, with the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, it was not difficult for him to break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. However, her big brother Ling Tian had killed Su Jing? Did this not mean her big brother Ling Tian's strength was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above? My cultivation base is only at the intermediate refined saint stage. However, due to my unique true origin, I can cross a stage to fight my opponent. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Intermediate refined saint stage? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Han Xuan'ai sighed in relief. Compared to his cultivation base at the intermediate refined saint stage or above, this cultivation base was still acceptable. However, when she regained her senses and recalled the second half of Duan Ling Tian's words, she could not help but exclaim in shock, Cross a stage to fight your opponent? At this moment, Han Xuan'ai looked at Duan Ling Tian as though she had just seen a ghost. Was there such a true origin in this world? Yes. Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be a match for Su Jing. However, Xuan'ai, I've only told you about this. As for Uncle Han, I told him that I asked a friend from a quasi-third-rate force to help, and that friend of mine is called Li Feng. If Father knew that it was you, Brother Ling Tian, who did it personally, he would definitely be dumbstruck. After learning that Su Jing was dead, Han Xuan'ai's gloominess was swept away. She seemed to have returned to the mischievous Han Xuan'ai of the past. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was also very happy because this was the ending he wanted. Of course, it was still too early to talk about the end. It'll take at least 2 to 3 years for Su Jing to recover. For this reason, it won't affect me from going to the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical Sky Mansion. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Previously, he had stood Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang up and returned to the Green Wave Han Mansion first, because he had learned that the mystical Sky Mansion would be recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40. Not only was the mystical Sky Mansion a good springboard for him, but he was also very curious about the Saint Martial secret zone that would open in a year's time as well. Although Duan Ling Tian planned to go to the mystical Sky Mansion, he was not in a hurry. I'll wait for another month. If nobody from the Rising Sky Mansion comes, I'll return to the Windfall Nation to visit Senior, Brother, Uncle Fong, and the others. I didn't even inform Tianwu before I left. I wonder if she's unhappy or not. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he reached the end of his sentence. Oh, that's right. Brother Lingtian, Sister Tian Wu came to look for you not long after you left. When Duan Lingtian thought about Feng Tianwu and smiled wryly, Han Shu and I seemed to have recalled something and said in a timely manner, Tianwu? She came to look for me? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but be taken aback. Yes. Han Shui and I nodded. Originally, I planned to ask Sister Tianwu to stay and let her wait for you in the Green Wave Han Mansion. However, she didn't wait for long before she left because even I wasn't sure if you would return. When Han Shu and I reached the end of her sentence, she felt a little embarrassed. Tian Wu actually found the Green Wave Han Mansion? Duan Lingtian could not regain his senses for a long time. At the same time, his heart was filled with gratitude. Since Tian Wu left the Drift Blaze sect, her cultivation base must have broken through to the pristine saint stage. I wonder where she went after leaving the Green Wave Han Mansion. Forget it. When I arrive at the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical Sky Mansion, I'll just have to announce my name as Ling Tian. Tian will definitely guess it's me. Although the Dao Martial Saint Land was only in the lower province, it was still extremely vast. Due to this reason, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to look for Feng Tianwu without any clues. Doing so would be no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. However, even though Feng Tianwu had left the Windfall Nation in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district, Duan Lingtian did not dismiss the thought of returning to the Windfall Nation. There were many people he cared about in that place. Not only were there his elders, but there were also his senior brothers and his friends. Naturally, it was not that Duan Lingtian did not think of bringing by Li Hong, Feng Wu Dao, and the others to the Green Wave Han Mansion. However, if he did that, it would undoubtedly be announcing to everyone that he, Duan Lingtian, was related to the Green Wave Han Mansion. In fact, at this moment, the name Duan Lingtian had already spread through the entire Debussy subterranean. In the Debussy subterranean, apart from some ignorant people, almost everyone knew about Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength did not garner much attention, but the Devil Seal tablet in his hand was something that everyone in the Debussy subterranean paid attention to. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 famous Super Saint artifacts on the 10 Great Saint artifact ranking. Even someone from a quasi-third-rate force would covet it. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not want to reveal his true identity before he had a certain level of strength. In the future, he would be known as Ling Tian. This was also his name in his past life. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that many people must have their eyes on the Windfall Nation now. His family and friends would be the first to bear the brunt. If he brought them over now, the Green Wave Han Mansion would definitely be implicated. This was not something he was willing to see. Due to this reason, in his opinion, letting them stay in Windfall Nation was undoubtedly the best choice. After bidding farewell to Han Shu and I, and asking her to bid farewell to the Mansion Master of Green Wave Han Mansion, Han Zhengtian, on his behalf, Duan Lingtian left the Green Wave Han Mansion's estate under Han Shu and I's reluctant gaze. As for Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, they were still in closed-door cultivation, so Duan Lingtian did not meet them. After leaving the Green Wave Han Mansion, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district. While Duan Lingtian was returning to Windfall Nation, in the faraway Rising Sky Mansions district, the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, was also in an uproar. After the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Tsin, was not in a hurry to bring his men back to the Rising Sky Mansion. Instead, he called out to a Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion who happened to be in a nearby city. Both of them led their men to search the Nimble Valley in all directions, searching for the whereabouts of Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised himself as. Not only that, but the vice mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, who was good at hiding, even boldly followed Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang all the way to the transverse mountain range that was 100 miles west of the Nimble Valley after the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended. In the transverse mountain range, he noticed Rin Zhong and Lu Hongguang's expression was extremely grave. At that time, although he was far away, he could still hear the discussion between the people from Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion. The content of their discussion was none other than scolding Li Feng, saying that Li Feng had stood them up. When the Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion and Grand Elder Su Tsin saw the people from Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion leaving in anger, they once again began to search in all directions. After searching for many days, they still could not find Li Feng's whereabouts at all. At this time, Su Tsin could only bring his men back to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate dejectedly. He knew what awaited him would be the wrath of the Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. It was fine that the 3 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, including his grandson, had died. Among the 3 of them, his grandson was the most outstanding. Although his grandson's death was a great blow to the Rising Sky Mansion, not only did the Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials not blame him, but they even comforted him because he was his grandson. However, other than the 3 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, including his grandson, there was another person who had died. That person meant a lot to the Rising Sky Mansion. Not only was Su Jing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, but based on the strength he had displayed in the Rising Sky ranking battle, it was obvious how monstrous his innate talent was. When he grew up in the future, he would definitely become the pillar of the Rising Sky Mansion. It was not impossible for him to lead the Rising Sky Mansion to become a quasi-third-rate force. Now, Lord Mansion Master must have found out about young Mansion Master's death through his shattered soul pearl. The moment Su Tsin thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although this matter did not have much to do with him, as the leader this time, he would not be able to escape the blame for failing to protect the juniors. Although he would not be sentenced to death, he would definitely be punished by facing the wall for many years. Due to this reason, Su Tsin was extremely anxious when he entered the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. His gaze would occasionally shift to the back. There was a hunchbacked young man carrying a body. That body was none other than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. All of a sudden, Su Tsin came to a halt as though he had sensed something. With just a glance, he saw a group of people, led by the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was flying toward him in a majestic and menacing manner. This posture caused him to feel a wave of fear in his heart. However, what happened next stunned him. "My condolences, Grand Elder." "My condolences, Grand Elder." After the group of high-ranking officials, led by the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, appeared in front of Su Tsin, they began to console him softly. It was apparent they already knew about the death of his grandson. Su Can's soul pearl was in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Due to this reason, when Su Can's soul pearl shattered, everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion knew he was dead. God is really jealous of geniuses. If nothing happened to Su Can, he would have been able to compete with the young mansion master in the future. It's not impossible for him to become the next mansion master. Many high-ranking officials sighed emotionally. All of you. When Su Tsin saw the group of people, including the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, only mentioned the death of his grandson, Su Can, and did not mention the young mansion master, Su Jing, at all, Su Tsin was stunned. At the same time, he felt something was amiss. Chapter 1703. Don't tell me they haven't noticed that the young mansion master's soul pearl has shattered as well? Su Tsin thought to himself as the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion comforted him. However, he did not think it was possible. At this moment, this was the only thing he could think of. Otherwise, he would not be able to figure out why these people were only comforting him. It was obvious the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion, including the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, did not know about the death of young Mansion Master Su Jing. Lord Mansion Master, Su Ken was not as strong as others. He sacrificed himself for the Rising Sky Mansion. I've already gotten over it. However, the young Mansion Master, Su Tsin, looked at the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Initially, when he mentioned his grandson, he suppressed his grief. However, in the end, he could not help but smile wryly as he turned to look behind him. What happened to Jing? Su Can's words caused Su Yicheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, to turn pale immediately. He immediately looked in the direction Su Tsin was looking at. With just a glance, he saw the body the hunchbacked young man was carrying. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, the hunchbacked young man took a step back. The body on his shoulder had already fallen into Su Yicheng's arms. Young Mansion Master! When the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion, who followed Su Yicheng, saw the dried blood on the body with a bloody hole between his brows, horror dawned on them. With such injuries, it was impossible for him to survive. Impossible! At this moment, Su Yicheng looked at his son in his arms in disbelief. At the same time, he freed his hand and took out a soul pearl. The soul pearl belonged to his son, Su Jing. The soul pearl was not damaged at all. This meant his son was not dead. When Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, saw Su Yicheng taking out a soul pearl with an expression of disbelief on his face, he could not help but feel chills running down his spine. Lord Mansion Master, the soul pearl in your hand this is Jing-er's soul pearl. He's not dead. Su Yicheng's tone was firm. A soul pearl would not lie. What? He's not dead? The space between his brows is pierced and his soul is destroyed. The young Mansion Master is still alive after suffering such heavy injuries? That's impossible. At this moment, Su Tsin was not the only one who was stunned. The group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials and the group of Rising Sky Mansion's disciples behind Su Tsin were stunned as well. This was especially true for the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples who had returned with Su Tsin. They had personally witnessed Su Jing being killed. A sword pierced through the space between his brows, causing his soul to dissipate. Even a great overarching golden celestial would not be able to save him. And now, the Mansion Master was saying that the young Mansion Master was still alive? Could it be that Lord Mansion Master has lost his mind after seeing the Vice Mansion Master dead? Many of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples thought to themselves. Of course, they only dared to think such words in their hearts and did not dare to say it out loud. Of course, most people's eyes were still on the soul orb in Su Yicheng's hand. Their hearts were filled with confusion. Is this really the young Mansion Master's soul orb? Vice Mansion Master is clearly dead, so how could his soul orb be intact? Did Lord Mansion Master take the wrong soul orb? At this moment, they only thought that the Mansion Master had mistaken someone else's soul orb for the young Mansion Master's. The Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Yicheng, was a tall and well-built middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. At this moment, he extended his divine consciousness and entered his son's body. Soon after, he sensed a faint aura in the depths of his son's head. It was the aura of a soul. It was very weak, but it was extremely familiar to him. This was because the aura of this soul was exactly the same as the aura of the soul in the soul orb in his hand. Jing-er. Although Su Yicheng did not know why his son was still alive after suffering such a heavy injury, this was not what he was concerned about. He was more concerned about whether his son would be able to recover. Such a weak soul aura, if he was not careful, it was very likely that it would dissipate completely. Father, I need a quiet room. 3 years at most. I'll definitely be able to recover. As Su Yicheng's consciousness wrapped around that wisp of spiritual aura, a voice was transmitted through his consciousness. After the voice sounded, the soul that was already weak seemed to have weakened even more. Good, good. When Su Yi-chung heard his son's voice and found out his son was still alive and had a chance to recover, he immediately threw everything else to the back of his mind. He immediately carried Su Yi-chung back to the mansion he usually stayed in and placed him in a quiet room in the basement. Everyone, including Su Tsin, was stunned when they saw the mansion master suddenly leaving with the young mansion master's body. However, they soon saw Su Yi-chung had returned. They noticed the Lord Mansion Master's expression was extremely gloomy at this moment. However, they were not surprised by this at all. After all, nobody would be in a good mood when their only son was dead. Grand Elder, what happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle? Why is my son injured to such an extent? Moreover, why did your grandson, Su Kan, and 2 other people die? Su Yi-chung asked in a deep voice as soon as he returned to the mansion. Injured. Upon hearing Su Yi-chung's words, not only Su Tsin, but everyone present on the scene was stunned as well. Lord Mansion Master said the young Mansion Master was injured? Was the young Mansion Master not dead? Lord Mansion Master, the young Mansion Master. At this moment, one of the Vice Mansion Masters of the Rising Sky Mansion could no longer hold it in. He looked at Su Yi-chung and asked, He's only injured? He's severely injured. He'll need at least 3 years to fully recover, Su Yi-chung said coldly. Based on his tone, it was obvious he was in a bad mood. It made sense. How could a father be in a good mood when his only son was injured to such an extent? However, Su Yi-chung's gaze did not leave Su Tsin from the beginning until the end. He really could not figure out what had happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle that caused 3 of the most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion to die and 1 to be injured. He's only injured. Upon hearing Su Yi-chung's words, whether it was Su Tsin or the others, they looked as though they had just seen a ghost. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. In fact, they had seen Su Jing's body before. His head was pierced from the center of his brows. Logically speaking, his soul should have dissipated as well. It was impossible for him to be alive. However, the Lord Mansion Master actually said he was only injured and would recover in 3 years. Lord Mansion Master, why you're telling the truth? Su Tsin asked in disbelief. At the same time, the others also looked at Su Yi-chung, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. They were also curious about this since they thought it was impossible. However, since the Lord Mansion Master had said so, there must be a reason. I don't know what happened to Jaina either. Although he was injured and his soul was severely damaged, his soul didn't disperse or vanish. Not only that, he even used his weak soul to contact me. He said that he would recover in 3 years at most. Due to this reason, I really want to know what happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle and what happened to Jing. When Su Yi-chung reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Su Tsin again. He's really not dead. However, at this moment, Su Tsin and the others were not paying attention to the second half of Su Yi-chung's sentence. This was because they were completely shocked by the first half of Su Yi-chung's sentence. His soul did not dissipate even though he was severely injured? What kind of monster was the young Mansion Master? Could it be that the young Mansion Master knows the soul congregation technique? At this moment, an old Vice Mansion Master said hesitantly, Soul congregation? Everyone, including Su Yi-chung, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, immediately shifted their attention to the Vice Mansion Master. They knew this Vice Mansion Master very well. Although his strength was not the best in the Rising Sky Mansion, he was extremely knowledgeable. He had read almost all the books that were passed down in the Rising Sky Mansion for generations. In the Rising Sky Mansion, if he claimed to be the second most knowledgeable person, nobody would dare to claim to be the first. Yes, it's the soul congregation technique. The old Vice Mansion Master nodded. Then he said solemnly, I've read about it in an ancient book that has been passed down for generations in the Rising Sky Mansion. It's said that some of the top devil cultivation methods have records of the soul congregation technique. Even if the soul is temporarily destroyed, it'll be able to reform in a short time. However, the process of reforming one's soul is extremely difficult. Moreover, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for one's soul to completely recover and for one's soul to fuse with one's body again. It might even take longer than that. When he reached this part of the sentence, he paused for a moment before continuing, just like that devil cultivator who caused our Rising Sky Mansion to fall from a quasi-third-rate force to a fourth-rate force. According to the ancient book, the vicious devil Tao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, is a top devil Tao cultivation method. It also contains the soul congregation technique. Devil cultivator, the devouring dark devil technique. Upon hearing the Vice Mansion Master's words, the scene fell silent immediately. Almost everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion knew about the past of the Rising Sky Mansion. The devil cultivator who cultivated the vicious devil Tao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, was also someone everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion hated to the core. It was because of that devil cultivator that the Rising Sky Mansion had fallen to such a state. If the young Mansion Master is a devil cultivator and has cultivated a top devil Tao cultivation method, it's not surprising that he knows the soul congregation technique. However, the problem is, as far as I know, the young Mansion Master is not a devil cultivator. The old Vice Mansion Master continued to say. The moment the old Vice Mansion Master's words left his mouth, Sui Cheng and the group of people who did not go to the Rising Sky ranking battle nodded one after another. However, the group of people who had just returned from the Nimble Valley, including Suitsin, looked at each other in confusion. This was because only they knew the young Mansion Master was a devil cultivator. Nobody noticed. Chapter 1704. As the lackey of Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, he knew about Su Jing's matter from the beginning until the end. In the entire Rising Sky Mansion, apart from Su Jing himself, he was the only one who knew about Su Jing cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. Initially, he thought he would lose his backer since the young Mansion Master was dead. He did not expect things would take a turn for the better. First, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion confirmed the young Mansion Master was still alive. Then, the old Vice Mansion Master even mentioned the devouring dark devil technique and the soul congregation technique in the devouring dark devil technique. With this, he knew that his young master's life was saved. This was because his young Mansion Master cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Although he knew this, he did not dare to say it out loud even if his young Mansion Master was still alive. This was because he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath not to reveal the young Mansion Master secret. Lord Mansion Master, there's something I must tell you. Suitsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, looked at Su Yi Cheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, and said solemnly, during the Rising Sky ranking battle, the young Mansion Master was already a devil cultivator. I think young Mansion Master must have obtained a top devil Tao cultivation method and fell into the devil Tao to become a devil cultivator. Not only that, but his strength has also increased greatly. When Suitsin recalled the powerful strength Su Jing had displayed during the Rising Sky ranking battle and the old Vice Mansion Master's words, the doubts in his heart were cleared up. As it turned out, young Mansion Master Su Jing's fortuitous encounter was to obtain a top devil Tao cultivation method. When he recalled Su Jing had only spent a year to cultivate from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage, his heart trembled. The top devil Tao cultivation method he cultivates is too heaven-defying, right? The moment Suitsin's words left his mouth, apart from the group of people who followed him back, everyone, including Su Yi Cheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, was stunned. In the end, Su Yicheng was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Su Tsin and said in a deep voice, "Grand Elder, tell me everything that happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle, including how your grandson, Su Kan, and the other 2 people were killed. Of course, tell me about my son as well." His son had become a devil cultivator, but he didn't know about it. This made Su Yicheng a little depressed. "Yes, Manor Lord." Facing Su Yicheng's gaze, Su Tsin didn't dare dally, and slowly explained the sequence of events. When they learned that one of their Rising Sky Mansion's disciples was killed by Zhonggu, a few of the high-ranking officials from the Rising Sky Mansion were enraged. "How dare that Zhonggu kill our Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? Lord Mansion Master, our Rising Sky Mansion will definitely not let Zhonggu go." As they finished speaking, they spoke to Su Yicheng with righteous indignation. "There's no need for that." Su Tsin shook his head. After that, he faced the gazes of the majority of the people, including Su Yicheng, and said, "Zhonggu was killed by the young Mansion Master." Upon hearing this, the few Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials' anger dissipated. According to the script, they should be praising Su Jing, the young Mansion Master, at this moment. However, when they thought about Su Jing's current situation, they did not say anything. "Go on," Su Yicheng urged. Then Su Tsin mentioned Li Feng and told them how Li Feng had killed his grandson, Su Kan, after killing a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. When Su Tsin reached this part of the story, his expression turned grave immediately. No matter what, Su Kan was his grandson. For a time, the flames of hatred in his heart could not help but rise, and it was difficult to extinguish for a long time. Li Feng, a sectless cultivator? The group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Su Yicheng, frowned when they heard this. "I've never heard of such a sectless cultivator in our Rising Sky Mansion's district before this. He's actually able to kill Su Kan, who's at the intermediate refined saint stage. His strength is definitely not inferior to Zhonggu. Humph, this Li Feng actually dares to kill someone from our Rising Sky Mansion. He must be tired of living. Don't worry, this Li Feng must have been killed by the young Mansion Master as well. That's right. There's no point in arguing with a dead person." When the group of Rising Sky Mansion's people, including Su Tsin, heard the words of the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, the corners of their mouths twitched. As the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Yicheng's observation skills were, naturally, incomparable to others. Soon after, he noticed the strange expressions on Su Tsin and the others' faces. His heart jolted immediately. "Don't tell me Jing Er's injury has something to do with Li Feng?" "Yes." Su Tsin nodded with a wry smile on his face. Then, under Su Yicheng's cold gaze, he continued to recount what happened. He told them about how Su Jing, the young Mansion Master, had appeared and killed Zhonggu, the flowery monk, and Jing Suzi, who had joined forces. "What? The young Mansion Master killed the flowery monk and Jing Suzi? He even killed them when they joined forces?" The group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials broke into an uproar when they heard this. In fact, Su Tsin had mentioned earlier that the flowery monk and Jing Suzi's cultivation base were at the mastery refined saint stage. However, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion actually managed to kill 2 intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses when they joined forces? Unbelievable. This was exactly how they felt at this moment. Even Su Yicheng was shocked. It did not cross his mind that his son would become so strong after a year. The young Mansion Master is a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. When Su Tsin said this, the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Su Yicheng, were stunned. After a year, he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage? What kind of terrifying progress was this? Fortunately, Jing is still alive, At this moment, Su Yi-cheng was not the only one rejoicing. Even the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Su Tsin, were rejoicing as well. Su Tsin, in particular, felt as though he had regained something he had lost. Moreover, since Su Jing was still alive, this meant he would not be punished anymore. After Su Tsin finished recounting what happened, the entire place fell silent again. The sectless cultivator, Li Feng, whom they had never heard of before, was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, he was not even 40 years old yet. Such innate talent was as rare as a phoenix's feather and Qilin's horn in the Debussy subterranean. However, he had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. That Li Feng really doesn't know what's good for him. When the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials learned that Li Feng had rejected Su Tsin's invitation, they began to curse one after another. However, when they learned that Li Feng did not go to the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, they felt slightly better. Since we can't recruit this Li Feng, we can only kill him. Su Yi-cheng's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice, "He killed 2 of my Rising Sky Mansion's disciples and injured my son to such an extent. I won't be at ease if this Li Feng doesn't die." Then Su Yi-cheng asked Su Tsin to draw a portrait and ordered the Rising Sky Mansion's forces outside to search for Li Feng and kill Li Feng. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Li Feng was actually just an alias. Moreover, the person in the portrait was just a disguise. It was not certain if this face would appear again in the future. Due to this reason, no matter how the people from the Rising Sky Mansion searched, they would not be able to find Li Feng. Suddenly, the old Vice Mansion Master seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Su Yi-cheng and asked, "Lord Mansion Master, now that the young Mansion Master is severely injured and will need at least 3 years to recover, how should we arrange the wedding of the eldest miss of the 5th-rate force, the Green Wave Han Mansion, in a month's time? Should we give them a heads up?" The others immediately looked at Su Yi-cheng as well. They knew a little about this matter. "Since my son is injured to such an extent, the wedding can only be postponed. There's no need to inform a mere 5th-rate force. Moreover, it won't take long for the news of my son's death to spread to the entire Rising Sky Mansion's district and the Green Wave Han Mansion. At that time, they'll naturally know the reason why we didn't go to the wedding." Su Yi-cheng said proudly. As the leader of the 4th-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, he really did not think much of a 5th-rate force like the Green Wave Han Mansion. That's true. At that time, even those guests who have been invited by the Rising Sky Mansion will be able to guess the wedding has been cancelled when they hear about the young Mansion Master's death. Su Tsin nodded. "Everyone present, please swear on the lightning penalty oath that nobody is allowed to spread the news that the young Mansion Master is still alive. Just tell the public that the young Mansion Master is dead." Soon after, Su Yi-cheng's eyes turned cold as he looked at the people present on the scene and said in a deep voice. The people present on the scene were not surprised by Su Yi-cheng's decision. Currently, the young Mansion Master, Su Jing's condition was clear. He must have cultivated a top-level Dao cultivation method that saved his life. If the news of Su Jing's survival spread out, it was inevitable that someone would link it to the top-level Dao cultivation method. At that time, Su Jing would definitely become a target for everyone. Even those quasi-third-rate forces would be interested in a top-level Dao cultivation method. To the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, this day was undoubtedly an unforgettable day. This was because the entire Rising Sky Mansion's estate was completely shrouded by the sound of thunder. The sound of thunder was so loud that it was deafening. Those who had not entered the saint stage almost had their eardrums ruptured. Some of them even bled from all 7 orifices and were on the brink of death. After all, so many people had sworn on the lightning penalty oath at the same time. When the 9-9 heavenly tribulation from the oath tribulation overlapped, It was extremely terrifying. As time passed by, the news of the Rising Sky ranking battle had also spread to the Greenwave Han Mansions district and the Greenwave Han Mansions estate. What? Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, actually died in the Rising Sky ranking battle? When the supreme elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xan, heard this news, horror dawned on his face as a murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. In this case, that girl Han Shui, Nai has managed to escape this calamity. No. Chapter 1705. Han Xian, what are you trying to do? When Han Shuanai saw Han Xian had killed Qing Nu, who was protecting her with just a lift of his hand, horror dawned on her as she asked in a loud voice, "What am I trying to do?" Han Xian smirked. Han Shuanai, I've always treated you well, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. I only asked you to tell me the origin of the person who killed my grandson, but you kept evading me. Now I've lost my patience. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the origin of that person. Otherwise, you can go with Qing Nu. When Han Xian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Han Shuanai. Qing Nu! Qing Nu! Han Shuanai squatted next to Qing Nu's body. Her eyes were red as tears streamed down her face. Qing Nu had been by her side since she was young. In her heart, she had long regarded Qing Nu as her family. However, Qing Nu had died in front of her. Moreover, she had died protecting her. Han Shuanai's heart was filled with guilt. When he saw Han Shuanai ignoring him, the sneer on Han Xian's face deepened. Don't think you can stall for time by not replying to me. To tell you the truth, whether it's your father or your Uncle Mu, they're currently discussing with my men about the Rising Sky Mansion's lack of marriage proposal. It's impossible for them to come and save you in such a short time. When Han Xian reached the end of his sentence, his tone became colder and colder. It made one feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Qing Nu! Han Shuanai was slightly dazed as she looked at Qing Nu's body. Unknowingly, the words her mysterious master had once told her began to echo in her ears again. Xuanai, our red dust progeny has to train ourselves in the mundane world. Only by experiencing the warmth and coldness of life and seeing through life and death can we completely comprehend the profundity of the red dust progeny's mental cultivation method. Soon after, the words that her master had said to her before she left also echoed in her ears. If you encounter the dragon tribe, all you need to do is channel your true energy into it. As for what happens next, you don't have to worry. At that time, her master was worried that she would encounter dragons when she went to Cloud Continent, so she gave her a small, exquisite sword. Because she did not encounter any dragons when she returned to Cloud Continent, she did not use the exquisite small sword. As time passed, she had forgotten about it. Even Han Shuanai herself did not know the origin of her master. The only thing she knew was that her master claimed to be the successor of the Red Dust lineage, and her master had passed down the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method to her. In the beginning, her master did not allow her to cultivate the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method, saying that it was not the right time. It was not until her master left that she officially allowed her to cultivate the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method. However, even though the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method was profound, she could not see anything special about it because she had only cultivated it for a short time. Unknowingly, a small, exquisite sword appeared in Han Shuanai's hand. Although Han Shuanai's movement was small, it was still noticed by Han Xian. No matter what, Han Xian was an eminent saint stage powerhouse. What? Don't tell me you want to fight me? With this little sword that's the length of a pinky? Han Xian sneered. In the next moment, Han Shuanai circulated the true energy in her body and channeled it into the small, exquisite sword in her hand. At this moment, the small, exquisite sword that had been channeled with true energy instantly shattered into countless pieces with a loud crack. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that at the instant the small, exquisite sword shattered, a silhouette appeared beside Han Xuanai. It was a human-shaped silhouette. Upon closer inspection, one would see that it was a woman. To be more precise, it was a beautiful woman, Xuanai. As soon as the beautiful woman appeared, she looked at Han Xuanai with a faint smile. Then, she saw Qing Nu's corpse on the ground and could not help but frown slightly. It was obvious she knew Qing Nu as well. Master? As soon as Han Xuanai saw the beautiful woman's silhouette, she had already recognized her master. She was stunned for a moment and only regained her senses when the beautiful woman called out to her. She looked at the silhouette in front of her in shock. At this moment, Han Xuanai's heart was filled with confusion. Martial and Tao cultivators at the peak of the innate stage could form silhouettes. It was called the innate illusory body. The innate illusory body could only be used to confuse people. However, the innate illusory body was usually limited by distance. But now, she didn't even know where her master was. But the phantom had appeared in front of her. Furthermore, it had appeared in front of her through that exquisite little sword. I know you have a lot of questions in your heart, but my duplicated avatar can only exist for a limited time. I'll explain it to you after I've dealt with him. The beautiful woman nodded at Han Xuanai before she turned around to look at Han Hexen. Although she did not know what had happened earlier, she could tell from the killing intent in Han Xian's eyes that he wanted to kill her disciple. For a moment, a sharp light flashed in her eyes. There were not many disciples in the Seven Absolutes sect to begin with. Due to this reason, everyone in the sect was extremely protective of their disciples. Naturally, she was no exception. Duplicated avatar. Han Xian was shocked when he saw the small, exquisite sword in Han Xuanai's hand shattering and a silhouette appearing. The innate illusory body could be mastered by martial and Tao cultivators at the peak of the innate stage. However, once they had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, the energy in their bodies would transform and they would no longer be able to use it. For this reason, he did not think it was an innate illusory body. When Han Xian heard the beautiful woman say it was a duplicated avatar, he felt the term was familiar. After pondering for a while, he finally recalled it. Tao cultivators whose cultivation base had surpassed the eminent saint stage could master the duplicated avatar divine ability. This divine ability was not very useful in a real battle. Its greatest use was to seal it in a special amulet. When someone channeled their energy into the amulet, the duplicated avatar would be released. When a Tao cultivator reached that level, if they had disciples or descendants, they would usually pass the amulet that contained their duplicated avatar to them for self-defense. The moment Han Xian thought of this, horror dawned on his face. He looked at the beautiful woman's silhouette in shock. Why, you're a Tao cultivator who has surpassed the eminent saint stage. It did not cross his mind that Han Xuanai had such a master. Good heavens! Would it not be easy for a Tao cultivator who had surpassed the eminent saint stage to kill him? You're quite knowledgeable to know about the duplicated avatar. The beautiful woman sneered. All of a sudden, Han Xian seemed to have recalled something. His expression gradually calmed down before he said with a murderous gleam in his eyes, "Humph! So what if you're a Tao cultivator who has surpassed the eminent saint stage? Since you've left your duplicated avatar with Han Xuanai, I'm sure your true body won't be able to make it back in time. Don't tell me a mere duplicated avatar is trying to stop me?" Han Xian sneered when he reached the end of his sentence. The reason the duplicated avatar of a Tao cultivator who had surpassed the eminent saint stage was useless in a real battle was because it was too weak. The strength of a Tao cultivator's duplicated avatar was usually 2 to 3 stages lower than his true body. For example, the strongest duplicated avatar of a Tao cultivator at the divine saint stage, who was above the eminent saint stage, would only be at the refined saint stage, while the weakest would only be at the pristine saint stage. Only the duplicated avatar of a Tao cultivator at the exemplary saint stage, or above, would have the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse. As for Han Xian, as a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, unless it was a powerful, great Tao cultivator at the quintessential saint stage, he would not be threatened by the duplicated avatar. However, there were no quintessential saint stage Tao cultivators in the Debussyi subterranean. Even the strongest powerhouses in the few quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussyi subterranean were only at the exemplary saint stage. Above the eminent saint stage was the divine saint stage. Above the divine saint stage was the exemplary saint stage. Above the exemplary saint stage was the quintessential saint stage. Powerful powerhouses at the quintessential saint stage only existed in the upper province of the Tao martial saint land. There were none in the Debussyi subterranean. At the very least, Han Xian had never heard of any quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the Debussyi subterranean. A frog at the bottom of a well. The beautiful woman smirked when she heard the disdain in Han Xian's words. She did not seem to make any movements, but the space around Han Xian suddenly trembled as though it was being squeezed. At this moment, Han Xian, who had a disdainful expression on his face, suddenly narrowed his eyes. An expression of disbelief and despair could be seen on his face. At this moment, Han Xian discovered he could not move his body at all. The space around him seemed to have been sealed, and he could not mobilize the true origin in his body as well. At this moment, Han Xian finally realized how terrifying this beautiful woman was. Just a duplicated embodiment was enough to render him powerless. Lord, please spare my life. Lord, please spare my life. At this moment of life and death, Han Xian's arrogance had disappeared and was replaced by fear. As a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, only he knew how many hardships he had to go through to reach this point. At this moment of life and death, the scenes of the past flashed in his mind. Due to this reason, he was terrified. If he died, he would lose everything. His cultivation, his consciousness, everything would vanish into nothingness. For this reason, he no longer cared about his arrogance. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to survive. Unfortunately, at this moment, was it even possible for him to survive? Humph! The beautiful woman snorted coldly as she clenched her delicate hand into a fist. At this moment, the space around Han Xian began to tremble violently. It was as though a huge rock had fallen into a calm lake, setting off waves of ripples. As the ripples spread out in the air, Han Xian, who was standing in the middle with a despairing expression on his face, was also distorted by the ripples. In the next moment, his body was torn into pieces before it finally turned into nothingness, apart from the spatial ring. There was nothing left of him at all. Gasp! Chapter 1706. In the past, Han Xuanai only knew her master was very mysterious. Moreover, her master seemed to be very powerful. At the very least, she felt she was more powerful than her father. However, even then, she did not expect her master to be so powerful. With just a mere duplicated incarnation, he was able to kill Han Xian with just a wave of his hand. The entire process was completely one-sided. From the beginning until the end, Han Xian did not even have the strength to fight back. In fact, as the supreme elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xian was a mastery eminent saint stage powerhouse. Xuanai, if you have any questions, go ahead and ask. Master's duplicating embodiment can only last for another 30 breaths of time at most. At this moment, the beautiful woman's words jolted Han Xuanai back to her senses. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanai jolted and regained her senses. She immediately asked, Master, this duplicating embodiment of yours, What exactly is it? As long as a Tao cultivator makes a breakthrough from the eminent saint stage to the divine saint stage, they'll be able to master the duplicating embodiment divine ability. However, this duplicating embodiment divine ability is able to... In the face of Han Shuanai's question, the beautiful woman patiently explained in simple terms. The duplicating embodiment is 2 to 3 major stages weaker than the original body. After listening to her master's words, Han Shuanai's eyes widened as she looked at the beautiful woman in shock. Master, you're only a duplicating embodiment now, but you can kill Han Xan, who's at the mastery eminent saint stage, with just a wave of your hand. Don't tell me your original body's cultivation base has already entered the quintessential saint stage? Quintessential saint stage. Although Han Shuanai had heard of the quintessential saint stage before, that cultivation base was too elusive to her. It was said that in the Debussy subterranean, even the strongest powerhouse and the few quasi-third-rate forces had yet to make a breakthrough to the quintessential saint stage. The beautiful woman smiled faintly. She did not say yes or no. However, Han Shuanai thought the beautiful woman had tacitly agreed to it. She could not help but ask, Master, as far as I know, there's no quintessential saint stage powerhouse in the Debussy subterranean. Now it's time to tell you. The beautiful woman interrupted Han Shuanai and said slowly, I'm from the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. The upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Although Han Shuanai already had some guesses in her heart when she said those words just now, she could not help but feel a wave of shock when she heard her master admit it personally. Master, is your actual body in the upper district now? Han Shuanai took a deep breath, suppressed the restlessness in her heart, and asked. Yes. The beautiful woman nodded and smiled faintly. Shuanai, Master will come to bring you to the upper province in half a year. The cultivation environment in the upper province is much better than the lower province. Go to the upper city. Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, Han Shuanai's heart skipped a beat. To her, the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land was undoubtedly a mysterious and unpredictable place. She did not find it strange that the cultivation environment there was better than the lower province. After all, the upper province was the place where the true powerhouses were as numerous as the clouds in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the Debussy subterranean, a mere quasi-third-rate force could dominate the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, third-rate forces were not allowed. There were even third-rate forces, second-rate forces, and first-rate forces. Master, didn't you say only powerhouses at the eminent saint stage and above can travel between the upper and lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land? With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't go there, right? Han Shuanai asked. If she had a choice, she would naturally want to go to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land with her master. The recent events had made her deeply aware of her own weakness. If she was as strong as her master, would the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion dare to force her to marry him? Silly girl, you're alone. Without a cultivation base at the eminent saint stage or above, naturally you won't be able to go to the upper province. However, as long as you're at the divine saint stage or above, you'll be able to bring people to the upper province. Naturally, the stronger you are, the more people you'll be able to bring with you. The beautiful woman shook her head and explained patiently. All right, Master, I'll go to the upper province with you in half a year's time. Han Shuanai was excited when she found out she would be able to go to the upper province in half a year's time. After a while, she remembered the 3 little fellows. Master, I want to bring little gold, little black, and little white with me. Is that all right? Of course. It was obvious the beautiful woman knew about the existence of the 3 little fellows. When the beautiful woman saw Han Shuanai's eyes darting around as though she had thought of someone, she quickly said, Apart from your brotherling Tian, I'll allow you to bring the others to the upper province as well. Why? Although Han Shuanai did not know how her master managed to guess her thoughts, she could not help but frown when she heard her master's words. Based on her master's words, it seemed like she had something against her brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, why was she unwilling to bring her brother Ling Tian to the upper province? All right, I don't have much time left. Just remember my words. As for your question, I'll answer you in half a year's time. As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, the silhouette gradually disappeared as though it had never appeared. At this moment, only Han Shuanai and Qing Nu's corpse were left in the spacious room. When Han Shuanai saw Qing Nu's corpse again, she could not hide the sadness on her face. However, she knew there was nothing she could do to change the situation. Qing Nu, did you see that? Master has avenged you, Han Shuanai muttered. Unknowingly, 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks again. In just a few days, the news of the death of the Greenwave Han Mansion's Supreme Elder, Han Xan, spread throughout the entire Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. It caused those who were originally on Han Xan's side to panic. Although Han Xan had died, nobody was sad at all. This was because he had only himself to blame for trying to kill the eldest miss of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Shuanai. I can't believe that the Supreme Elder would be so crazy to actually want to kill the eldest miss. It's a good thing that the eldest Miss Master appeared in time. Otherwise, the eldest miss would have already died. That's right. Why didn't I see the Supreme Elder being so heartless before this? However, I wonder where the eldest Miss Master came from. To think that she's able to kill the Supreme Elder, who's at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage. If she's willing to stay in our Greenwave Han Mansion and work for us, even if our Greenwave Han Mansion can't become a 4th-rate force, we'll still be able to suppress the other 5th-rate forces. Similar discussions were spreading in the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. Unlike Han Xan's death that nobody cared about and was even spurned by others, Qing Nu's death was given the highest standard of burial in the Greenwave Han Mansion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who had left the Greenwave Han Mansion, was unaware of the matter that had happened. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the Windfall Nation in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district. I'm back again. Looking at the capital of Windfall Nation from afar, Duan Lingtian's eyes were a little misty. To the capital of Windfall Nation, he was just a passerby. To him, the capital of Windfall Nation was just a relay station on his long journey. And now, the reason why he returned here was because his family and friends were still here. Currently, Duan Lingtian had used the disguising secret tactic to disguise himself with a new face. The name he used was Still Li Feng. However, his current face was no longer the face he used to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Instead, it was a very ordinary face. After entering the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian immediately went to the Situ clan. Before he left, he had arranged for his family and friends to stay here. After more than a year, there were not many changes in the Situ clan. However, when Duan Lingtian entered the Situ clan, he did not enter through the front door. He did not even greet anyone. From the beginning until the end, he had entered quietly as though he was an uninvited guest. During this time, Duan Lingtian also noticed many people were watching the Situ clan. However, the most powerful person among these people was only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried he would be discovered. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the purpose of these people. It was none other than the Devil's Seal tablet in his hand. All of Duan Lingtian's acquaintances were in the Situ clan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the place whereby Li Hong, Sima Changfeng, and the others stayed. Apart from senior brother, everyone is here? Duan Lingtian noticed Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, and the others were sitting in a circle in the courtyard of Bai Li Hong's residence. However, their current expressions were somewhat unsightly and their brows were furrowed. What's going on? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. At the same time, Duan Lingtian appeared. He extended his divine consciousness to monitor the situation outside. Feng Wu Dao and the others who were frowning seemed to have encountered a difficult problem. They did not make a sound for a long time. They only regained their senses, one by one, when Duan Lingtian appeared. "Who are you?" Feng Wu Dao asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian had changed his face. Naturally, Feng Wu Dao could not recognize him. "Uncle Feng, it's me." Under the watchful eyes of Feng Wu Dao and the others, Duan Lingtian's face underwent a drastic change in an instant. It had returned to his handsome face. "This is..." Feng Wu Dao and the others were stunned. They had never seen such a disguise before. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian's true appearance, they quickly regained their senses and were pleasantly surprised. When Duan Lingtian left, they did not know when they would be able to see him again. However, they did not expect that after more than a year, Duan Lingtian would return. They should be happy that Duan Lingtian had returned. However, when they thought about Bai Li Hong's current situation, they could not bring themselves to be happy. "Uncle Feng, master, where's my senior brother?" When Duan Lingtian saw the worried expressions on Feng Wu Dao and the others' faces, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. "Master Bai Li is in the Imperial Palace." Sima Changfeng smiled wryly. "The Imperial Palace?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "Why is senior brother in the Imperial Palace? Isn't he the interim saint inscription master of Situ clan? What the hell is going on?" Chapter 1707. Well, this is what happened. Feng Wu Dao sighed and told him everything in detail. "After you left, not only did the Windfall Nation's imperial family set their eyes on us, but even the powerhouses sent by the foreign forces had their eyes on us as well. After all, we're the only people they know who's related to you, the person who possesses the Devil Seal tablet. However, after we swore on the lightning penalty, oath that we didn't know where you were, they didn't make things difficult for us. Perhaps, in their opinion, if they killed even one of us and the news spread, it would scare you, causing you to hide even more secretly." Feng Wu Dao continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had long guessed this. This was also the reason he left his family and friends behind when he left. As long as he was not exposed and was not found, his family and friends would not be in trouble. Apart from knowing him and his origin, they did not know where he had gone. Then, what's going on with senior brother? Why is he in the Imperial Palace? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He really could not figure out what the Windfall Nation's imperial family was trying to do. Master Bai Li had broken through to the pristine saint stage some time ago and became a 4-star saint inscription master not long after he broke through. This is undoubtedly a joyous matter to the Situ clan. After all, Master Bai Li is their interim advisor. However, not long after the news spread out, someone from the Windfall Nation's imperial family came and took Master Bai Li away. Sima Changfeng's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "At that time the person from the imperial family was extremely arrogant. After Master Bai Li refused to enter the imperial palace to become the imperial family's exclusive saint inscription master, he actually forcefully took Master Bai Li away. The clan leader of Situ clan and his son repeatedly tried to stop him, but it was to no avail. Just like us, they could only watch as Master Bai Li was taken away. However, the clan leader of Situ clan and his son can't be blamed for this matter." When Sima reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian and added as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would vent his anger on the clan leader of Situ clan and his son. "Tell me everything that happened back, then in full detail," Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Then, with Chen Xiaoshuai and Nan Gongyi's indignant narration, Duan Lingtian also understood the ins and outs of the matter. 3 months ago, Bai Li Hong had broken through to the pristine saint stage and became a 4-star saint inscription master. 2 months ago, the people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family came. The leader was a revered elder who was at the peak of the pristine saint stage. After he arrived at the Situ clan, he was extremely arrogant. He ignored Bai Li Hong's objection and ordered his men to capture him. The Situ family patriarch and his son tried to stop him, but they were both injured by him. If it weren't for the fact that you and your father are relatives of the emperor, you would have died without a doubt. This was what the person said to the Situ family patriarch and his son before he took Bai Li Hong away. How arrogant! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and the cold air was oppressive. He was merely at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Did he really think he was invincible? I know senior brother's character very well. If he's unwilling, it's useless even if the Windfall Nation's imperial family forces him again and again. It has already been 2 months, but the Windfall Nation's imperial family still hasn't released him? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian noticed Feng Wu Dao and the others were hesitating to speak. His heart skipped a beat as he asked anxiously, "Could it be that something has happened to senior brother?" A terrifying killing intent immediately surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. When the killing intent spread out, even Feng Wu Dao and the others felt chills running down their spines. At the same time, they could feel Duan Lingtian's fury. Duan Lingtian, according to the news from the Imperial Palace, the Windfall Nation's imperial family is still torturing Master Bai Li to force him to become a 4-star saint inscription master. However, Master Bai Li has yet to agree to it, and it has been dragging on until now. Although Master Bai Li's cultivation base has entered the pristine saint stage, he's still immortal after all. I heard he can't hold on any longer. Nan Gong, Yi said with grief and indignation on his face. Senior brother. The moment Nan Gong Yi's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's body suddenly trembled. His eyes turned red as the killing intent on his body became even more intense. He gritted his teeth as he said word by word, "Windfall, wind, nation, emperor, nation." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's fury had reached its peak, and he was on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, Qin Shaoshuai looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, "Duan Lingtian, although I know it's unbearable to stay calm, I still have to advise you to calm down. Actually, Uncle Feng has already asked sect leader Ziyin of Drift Blaze Sect for help regarding this matter. Initially, sect leader Ziyin said the strongest person in the Windfall Nation's imperial family is on par with her in terms of strength. However, who would have thought after you left, a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage came to the capital of Windfall Nation? He came for the devil seal tablet in your hands. Then, the imperial family treated him as a guest of honor. Sect leader Ziyin wanted to save Master Bai Li, but she was heavily injured by him." When Qin Shaoshuai reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with rage. The peak of the refined saint stage. Duan Lingtian sneered. Although he had only killed one devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, that devil cultivator had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. However, he did not rely on any external force when he fought with that devil cultivator. If he used the devil seal tablet, he would be able to kill that devil cultivator in just a blink of an eye. Even if he did not use the devil seal tablet and only used the jasper celestial sword, he would be able to kill that devil cultivator in just a blow. With his current cultivation base, he could even kill an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse if he channeled the Sun True Origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, Duan Lingtian was still touched when he heard sect leader Ziyin of Drift Blaze Sect was injured because of his senior brother. After all, he was not related to sect leader Ziyin at all. She had only helped him because of Tianwu. After this matter is over, I'll go to the Drift Blaze Sect to express my gratitude and visit Tianwu. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Don't tell anyone about my return. including the clan leader of Situ clan and his son. As for senior brother, he'll definitely return to the Situ clan today. Moreover, the Windfall Nation's imperial family won't dare to touch all of you anymore. Faced with Feng Wudao and the others who were looking at him worriedly, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. The moment his words left his mouth, he disappeared into thin air in front of Feng Wudao and the others. Feng Wudao and the others who were not prepared for this were stunned. They only regained their senses after a long while. What did Duan Lingtian mean by that last sentence? He'll be able to save Master Bai Li? Nangong, he asked in disbelief. That's impossible. The Windfall Nation's imperial family is already powerful. There are a few refined saint stage powerhouses guarding them. Now that there's another powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage from another force, saving Master Bai Li from the Windfall Nation's imperial family is no different from snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Even if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base has improved a lot, it's still impossible for him to be a threat to a refined saint stage powerhouse, right? Chun Xiao Shuai shook his head. He did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of saving Master Bai Li from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Perhaps he'll be able to think of another way or look for help from other powerhouses. Nan Gongqin chimed in. It was rare for him to speak. No matter what, since he said so, we'll just wait for the news. From the beginning until now, he has never done anything that he's not confident in. It should be no exception this time as well. Although Feng Wudao was also shocked and found it hard to believe, the moment he recalled Duan Lingtian's past, he subconsciously felt he should trust Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Feng Wudao's words, the others finally understood. That was right. Duan Lingtian had never disappointed them. Throughout his journey, Duan Lingtian's life was like a heavenly book. Sima Changfeng, in particular, was the person who knew Duan Lingtian's background the best. Once upon a time, Duan Lingtian was just a disciple with another surname from a small clan in a remote corner of the mortal continent. However, in the end, he became a person who stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Now that he had arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, he continued to soar as though nothing could stop him. Due to this reason, Sima Changfeng was also very confident in Duan Lingtian. As for Xiong Quan and Gold Thug, although they could not stay by Duan Lingtian's side like before due to the gap in their strength, they had unconditional trust in their young master and master since they were once by his side. If he said he could save Master Bai Li, he would definitely be able to save him. Regardless of what Feng Wudao and the others thought, after Duan Lingtian left the Situ clan's estate, he went straight to the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. The Windfall Nation's imperial palace was also the residence of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had used the disguising secret tactic to change his face to the face that was so ordinary that no one would be able to recognize him in the crowd anymore. With his current strength, it was naturally a piece of cake for him to enter the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. Soon after, he found the dungeon in the depths of the palace, whereby Li Hong was locked up and met with him. Senior brother. Although Duan Lingtian was prepared for this, he could not help but tremble when he saw Bai Li Hong, who was covered in wounds and blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Who's there? Duan Lingtian appeared like a ghost, so the people who were watching Bai Li Hong did not notice him at all. It was only when he called out Bai Li Hong's name that the people from the imperial family who were watching Bai Li Hong snapped out of their daze. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not show mercy to these people who heard him calling Bai Li Hong's senior brother. Among these people, there was only one intermediate, pristine, saint stage, martial cultivator. To Duan Lingtian, killing them was as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Soon after, more than 10 people who were watching Bai Li Hong fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Chapter 1708. After rescuing Bai Li Hong from the rack, Duan Lingtian noticed something was amiss. With Senior Brother's current cultivation base at the pristine saint stage, it's impossible for him to pass out from such a small injury. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to investigate the situation in Bai Li Hong's body. Soon after, he discovered that there was a strange force in Bai Li Hong's body that was firmly suppressing his true origin. This energy was being depleted by the impact of the true origin in Bai Li Hong's body. Once this energy was completely depleted, the true origin in Bai Li Hong's body would regain its freedom. Origin sealing pill? A thought immediately appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. He thought of a pill that could seal the true origin in a saint stage powerhouse's body. Unless one was forced to take this pill, no one would be willing to take it. It was impossible for one to take it when one was unprepared. This was because this pill was very special. It was so special that one would be able to smell its pungent smell as soon as one got close to it. No matter how many other things were mixed with it, it would not be able to cover up its smell. It was similar to the qi-holding powder. As its name suggested, the qi-holding powder was a pill that could seal the true qi of powerhouses at the mortal shedding stage and the saint rudiment stage. The origin sealing pill, on the other hand, could seal the true origin of saint stage powerhouses at different cultivation bases according to its grade. Naturally, it could only seal for a period of time. After a period of time, the medicinal effect would completely dissipate. To be more precise, as the medicinal effect was depleted, it would gradually lose its ability to suppress the true origin in the body of the person who took it. No wonder Senior Brother passed out after being tortured. As it turns out, he took the origin sealing pill. Duan Lingtian, who was enlightened, had a murderous expression on his face. Bai Li Hong, who had taken the origin sealing pill, was no different from an ordinary person. If this torture continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the medicinal effect of the origin sealing pill in Bai Li Hong's body. Looking at the medicinal effect of the origin sealing pill, it can only suppress the true origin of a pristine saint stage powerhouse at most. As long as it's the true origin of a refined saint stage powerhouse, it can be removed. Although my sun true origin is only at the pristine saint stage, it's not inferior to the true origin of an ordinary refined saint stage powerhouse. Perhaps it might be able to help Senior Brother expel the medicinal efficacy of the origin sealing pill. With this in mind, Duan Lingtian began to move. After a while, Duan Lingtian realized that he was right. As the tyrannical sun true essence in his body poured in, the essence sealing pill's medicinal power was like a mouse that had seen a cat, retreating little by little. In just a few seconds, Duan Lingtian had completely removed the effects of the energy sealing pill from Bai Li Hong's body. Bai Li Hong's true origin was no longer restricted. With Bai Li Hong's true essence no longer restrained, he quickly regained consciousness with his current cultivation. When he saw the unfamiliar and ordinary face in front of him, he couldn't help but be startled. "You are, Senior Apprentice Brother." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he changed back to his original face. "Junior Brother." When Bai Li Hong saw Duan Lingtian's face, he could not help but exclaim in shock, "Why are you here?" Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Bai Li Hong saw the corpses on the ground. He recognized one of them. It was the intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator who was usually in charge of entertaining him. He was a revered elder in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. "Junior Brother, you killed them?" Bai Li Hong asked with a stunned expression. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "Senior Brother, I'm here to bring you back." "Bring you back?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Li Hong regained his senses. He instantly shook his head and said, "Junior Brother, I know you're not weak, but there are many people who are much stronger than these people in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Apart from that, there are also a few refined saint stage powerhouses. Apart from that, the Windfall Nation's imperial family is also entertaining a guest. It's said that he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. He even injured sect leader Ziyin. When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, a guilty expression could be seen on his face. For this reason, it's best for you to leave before they discover you. If anything happens to you because of me, I won't forgive myself even if I'm lucky enough to survive. Currently, Bai Li Hong was urging Duan Lingtian to leave. He was afraid he would drag Duan Lingtian into this matter. Senior brother, I've already heard about sect leader Ziyin. Duan Lingtian shook his head as his eyes shone coldly. However, it's precisely because of this that I don't plan to leave after saving you. Senior brother, if you trust me, please do as I say. Junior brother, how can I not trust you? However, what do you mean by the first half of your sentence? What do you mean by, because of this you don't plan to leave after saving me? Bai Li Hong smiled wryly. However, in the end he became even more confused. However, when Duan Lingtian spoke again, he finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant. He was so shocked that he was stunned. Junior brother, are you really confident? Bai Li Hong gasped. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a huge change in his gaze. It was as though he had just met Duan Lingtian. Senior brother, don't worry. Even if I lose my life, I won't risk your life, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Although he was smiling, he could not suppress the killing intent in his eyes. All right, I'll go all out today and go crazy with you. In the end, Bai Li Hong still chose to believe Duan Lingtian. After 15 minutes, an old man walked out of the prison deep in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. The old man was dressed in blood-stained clothes. It was only natural that the people guarding outside were shocked when they saw him. It's Bai Li Hong. Why did he come out? Although the people outside the prison did not know what had just happened in the prison, they recognized Bai Li Hong and knew the reason why Bai Li Hong was imprisoned here to be tortured. When they saw Bai Li Hong swaggering out of the prison, they naturally went up to stop him. However, it did not cross their minds that this old man who had consumed the origin sealing pill would be so lively that he could easily send them flying. He did not seem like someone who had consumed the origin sealing pill at all. What's going on? They were instantly stunned. The origin sealing pill is consumed once every 2 weeks. I remember he had just consumed the origin sealing pill 3 days ago. It's only been 3 days. How's it possible for the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect to disappear? They found it hard to believe. However, faced with an early pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator whose true origin was not sealed, naturally, they did not dare to go up to him. When they saw Bai Li Hong swaggering out of the prison, many people entered the prison. After they entered, they discovered the ground was littered with corpses, including the person in charge of the torture chamber, the intermediate pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator. SH*T. Lord Chiu has been killed by him. How's this possible? Isn't he an early pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator? How's it possible for him to kill Lord Chiu? Lord Chiu is an intermediate pristine Saint Stage powerhouse. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? I also want to know why Bai Li Hong is still so lively after consuming the origin sealing pill 3 days ago. It doesn't seem like his true origin is sealed at all. We must report this matter to revered Elder Hua as soon as possible. While the prison was in chaos, Bai Li Hong swaggered through the depths of the palace and walked out. Along the way, whenever he encountered any obstacles, he would make a move. In the beginning, those who tried to stop him were martial cultivators who had yet to enter the Saint Stage. He could easily get rid of them. However, with the addition of pristine Saint Stage powerhouses, it began to become difficult for him. Bai Li Hong, His Majesty has sincerely invited you to become the interim advisor of the imperial family, but you've repeatedly rejected him. Today, you even escaped from the prison without permission. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? As some pristine Saint Stage powerhouses joined in, an old man with an arrogant expression appeared at the right time. He looked down at Bai Li Hong condescendingly as he said in a low voice with a cold expression, "This old man was the one who brought Bai Li Hong away from the Situ clan 2 months ago. To be more precise, he was the leader of the group of people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. At the same time, he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. He had a high position in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. It made sense. There were only a few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. In this world where the strong ruled, as a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage, his position in the Windfall Nation's imperial family was only second to those few powerhouses. When the pristine saint stage powerhouses saw this old man, they bowed at him one after another. "Revered Elder Hua, Huijin." Bai Li Hong's expression turned grave when he saw this old man. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. When the old man brought him back to the imperial palace, he did not know much about the old man. However, after staying in the imperial palace for some time, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of this old man. Not only was this old man a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage, but he was also the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family's imperial family. This meant that the other few powerhouses at the peak of the pristine saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family were no match for him. "Bai Li Hong, I was the one who brought people to invite you back that day. However, I only realized today that I've really underestimated you. Although I don't know how you managed to escape, you still dare to swagger through the streets and injure the people from the imperial family. You're really bold." As Huijin spoke, he stepped out in the air and arrived near Bai Li Hong in just a few moments. "Oh no, Lord Chiu is dead." At this moment, a panicked voice resonated from afar. It came from the direction where Bai Li Hong had come from. "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone present on the scene was shocked as they looked at Huijin in unison. As far as they knew, Huiqiu was Huijin's nephew. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, only Huiqiu was addressed as Lord Chiu. Whoosh! At the instant when everyone was looking at Huijin, Huijin seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he grabbed the person who reported the news. His eyes were cold as he asked, "What did you say?" Revered Elder Hua. The person was only an ordinary guard in the prison. Naturally, he was so frightened that his body trembled when he was grabbed by Huijin. However, when he saw Bai Li Hong from the corner of his eye, he immediately pointed at him. "Revered Elder Hua, it's him. He's the one who killed Lord Chiu." Chapter 1709. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the prison guard in Huijin's hand pointed at Bai Li Hong and said that Bai Li Hong had killed Huiqiu, everyone, including Huijin, shifted their attention to Bai Li Hong in unison. "Damn, he killed Huiqiu. That's impossible. As far as I know, Bai Li Hong is merely an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator. Moreover, he had just made a breakthrough 3 months ago. Put aside the fact that it's impossible for him to break through to the intermediate pristine saint stage now. Even if he did, he's still not a match for Huiqiu." That's right. Huiqiu had already broken through to the intermediate pristine saint stage a few years ago. He's not far away from breaking through to the mastery pristine saint stage. Whether all of you believe it or not, I don't believe it. It doesn't make sense. Put aside the fact that it's impossible for Bai Li Hong to have the strength to kill Huiqiu. Even if he does, he has to consume the origin sealing pill every once in a while. It's impossible for him to mobilize the true origin in his body, let alone kill Huiqiu. Origin sealing pill? If he really consumed the origin sealing pill, do you think he'll be able to swagger his way here? The group of pristine saint stage powerhouses present on the scene whispered among themselves. Similar to Huiqiu, They were ordinary revered elders in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Naturally, they did not dare to offend Huiqiu, even though they were ordinary revered elders. This was because Huiqiu was Hu Jin's nephew. Although there were a few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, they were usually aloof from worldly affairs. Due to this reason, most of the matters were handled by the other revered elders. As the strongest person below the refined saint stage in Windfall Nation, Hu Jin was naturally the leader of the other revered elders. After all, in this world where strength was everything, the strongest person had the right to speak. Hu Jin looked at Bai Li Hong. His eyes were as cold as a blade. However, he only glanced at Bai Li Hong before looking at the prison guard in his hand again. He said in a deep voice, "What's going on? Tell me everything you know in full detail." When the prison guard heard this, he immediately took a deep breath and told them everything he knew in a trembling voice. When they heard Bai Li Hong had just consumed the origin sealing pill 3 days ago, let alone the other revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, even Hu Jin's expression changed drastically. Bai Li Hong, who had taken the vitality sealing pill 3 days ago, appeared in front of them full of energy today. Judging from Bai Li Hong's previous moves, how did he look like a person whose qi was sealed by the medicinal power of the vitality sealing pill? Refined saint stage powerhouse. At this moment, Hu Jin also realized there must be someone who had helped Bai Li Hong to remove the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect from his body. The person who could remove the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect from Bai Li Hong's body must be someone at the refined saint stage or above. He couldn't think of a second possibility. Although the pill that Bai Li Hong consumed was the lowest grade origin sealing pill, it could even seal the true origin of a peak pristine saint stage powerhouse, let alone an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator like Bai Li Hong. An early pristine saint stage martial cultivator would need at least 20 days to consume the lowest grade origin sealing pill before the medicinal effect would gradually disappear. Although an intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator would not need such a long time, it would still take half a month. Due to this reason, Hu Jin did not think Bai Li Hong would be able to break through to the intermediate pristine saint stage. Even if Bai Li Hong had really broken through to the intermediate pristine saint stage, it was impossible for him to be completely fine since he had just consumed the origin sealing pill 3 days ago. Moreover, other than the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in Bai Li Hong's body being removed, his nephew, Huiqiu, was also dead. If a refined saint stage powerhouse really made a move to remove the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in Bai Li Hong's body, it would be logical for him to kill his nephew. Due to this reason, the moment Hu Jin thought of this, he looked around frantically with a hint of dread on his face. What a joke! That was a refined saint stage powerhouse. If he wanted to kill him, it would be no different from killing an ant. At this moment, a detail that Hu Jin did not think about seriously before began to appear in his mind. For example, why did Bai Li Hong dare to appear so boldly in front of everyone? If it was not for the fact that he had someone backing him up, he would have left this troublesome place immediately after he was released. How would he dare to appear so boldly in front of everyone? Was he not seeking his own death? The moment Hu Jin thought about this, he gasped inwardly as cold sweat broke out on his back. At this moment, he had even forgotten that his nephew was killed. Currently, he did not even have the time to care about himself, let alone the life and death of others. When he thought about how there might be a refined saint stage powerhouse watching him in the dark, he could not help but panic. If Hu Jin could think of this after listening to the prison guard's words, how could the other revered elders not think of this as well? Following Hu Jin's actions, they began to look around with a panicked expression on their faces. Refined saint stage powerhouse. It would be easy for a powerhouse at that level to kill Hu Jin, let alone them who were not even as strong as Hu Jin. Do you think that refined saint stage powerhouse is Ziyin, the sect leader of Driftblaze sect? In the end, a revered elder from the Windfall Nation's imperial family broke the silence by asking in a low voice, "That's impossible, right? Not long ago, sect leader Ziyin was severely injured by Master Yin. I'm afraid she hasn't even recovered yet. How is it possible for her to come to our Windfall Nation's imperial family again? Moreover, young Master Yin has already said that he doesn't mind killing her if she dares to come again. That's right. Unless she's not afraid of death, she won't dare to come again. However, if it's not sect leader Ziyin, who's the one who removed the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in Bai Lihong's body, in our Windfall Nation, there are only a handful of refined saint stage powerhouses. The only one who's related to him is sect leader Ziyin. I don't get it as well." The group of revered elders from the Windfall Nation's imperial family whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Bai Lihong still heard everything. Bai Lihong's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he finally recalled that the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in his body had been removed. Although he had only heard about the origin sealing pill, he knew it was difficult to remove it. Moreover, although a sixth-rate force like the Windfall Nation's imperial family might have a higher grade origin sealing pill, the origin sealing pill that was used on him would not be of a higher grade. This was because the lowest grade origin sealing pill could seal the true origin in his body. However, even the lowest grade origin sealing pill would require a powerhouse at the refined saint stage to remove it. Don't tell me junior brother has a helper behind him? Bai Lihong thought to himself when he thought of this. Although he was surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to kill an intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator, he was not too shocked since he knew his junior brother's innate talent very well. Perhaps it would be difficult for ordinary people to have such an improvement after more than a year. However, his junior brother's strength could not be judged by common sense. However, he did not even dare to think that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the refined saint stage. Due to this reason, he felt Duan Lingtian had brought a helper with him this time. In fact, when his junior brother asked him to strut out, he already had a guess in his heart. Now that he was reminded by the group of revered elders from the Windfall Nation's imperial family, he immediately confirmed his guess. I wonder if the helper behind junior brother can compare to that Master Yin. Bai Lihong thought to himself. Master Yin was the powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage, whom the Windfall Nation's imperial family treated as an honored guest. Recently, he had been staying in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, treating the imperial family as his home. Naturally, Bai Lihong also knew the reason he was staying in the Windfall Nation. He was waiting for his junior brother to appear so he could snatch the Devil Seal tablet from his junior brother's hands. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air and woke everyone up, including Bai Lihong. As the crowd looked over, they discovered a revered elder of the Windfall Nation's imperial family was walking away at some point in time. However, at this moment, his body suddenly came to a halt because there was a bloody hole between his brows. Gasp! 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 At this moment, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths rang in the air. How fast! Among the people present on the scene, only Huijin could vaguely see the golden sword ray that appeared briefly. The speed of the sword ray was so fast that he could not help but feel chills running up his spine. This was because it had already surpassed the pristine saint stage, a refined saint stage powerhouse. At this moment, Huijin's guess was confirmed. At the same time, the other revered elders from the Windfall Nation's imperial family looked at each other, but none of them dared to make a move. It was as though their feet were filled with lead. With the lesson learned from the previous incident, naturally, they did not want to make the same mistake again. They did not want the powerhouse hiding in the dark to kill them as well. Master, I wonder what's your relationship with Bai Lihong? Jin took a deep breath and cupped his hands at the air. His tone was filled with humility. Although he was asking a question, his posture was very humble. So, you're the one who brought Bai Li Hong into this *T Windfall Nation's imperial palace. The moment Hu Jin's words left his mouth, a slightly hoarse voice resonated from all directions and clearly entered Hu Jin and the others' ears. It caused horror to dawn on Hu Jin's face. The other revered elders from the Windfall Nation's imperial family could not help but glance at Hu Jin with a hint of pity in their eyes. Based on the powerhouse's tone, it was obvious he was displeased with Hu Jin's actions. Master, Hu Jin is only following the orders of our Windfall Nation's emperor. Hu Jin could hear the displeasure in the powerhouse's voice and quickly explained. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to stall for time and wait for the few refined Saint Stage powerhouses from the Windfall Nation's imperial family to arrive. Naturally, there was also Master Yin, who was powerful and had an extraordinary background. Is that important? The voice resonated from all directions again. The hoarse voice was filled with indifference. It was precisely these indifferent words that caused horror to dawn on Hu Jin's face. The true origin in his body surged out as though he was facing a great enemy. Chapter 1710. My lord! Although true origin was surging out of his body, Hu Jin did not feel safe at all. His voice was trembling as he spoke to the air. His body was trembling uncontrollably as well. He was terrified. When one's cultivation base had reached his level, it was extremely difficult for one to make a breakthrough. The gap between one's strength was huge as well. Even if one was at the same stage, the gap between one's strength was like a chasm, let alone the gap between two major stages. Although there was only a fine line between the peak of the pristine saint stage and the early refined saint stage, the gap between their strength was like heaven and earth. Due to this reason, Hu Jin was extremely anxious when he saw the refined saint stage powerhouse hiding in the dark, especially since the powerhouse seemed to be dissatisfied with his previous actions. Humph! A cold snort sounded and interrupted Hu Jin's words rudely. In the next instant, the hoarse voice resonated again from all directions. I can't tolerate sand in my eyes. This Bai Li Hong is Duan Lingtian's senior brother. If he's tortured to death by all of you, Duan Lingtian will definitely raise his guard and hide even deeper. It might even be impossible for him to return to the capital of Windfall Nation. The Devil Seal tablet is something that I must obtain no matter what. Your Windfall Nation's imperial family's actions have angered me. When the hoarse voice reached this part of the sentence, the group of people, including Hu Jin, finally understood everything. Only now did they realize the Saint Stage powerhouse hiding in the dark was not Bai Li Hong's friend. Instead, he was a powerhouse who wanted to obtain the Devil Seal tablet. The reason he saved Bai Li Hong was because Bai Li Hong was related to Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian was the person who had disappeared with the Devil Seal tablet. My lord, your strength is profound. You'll definitely be able to obtain the Devil Seal tablet in the future. Hu Jin quickly flattered him, hoping the powerhouse hiding in the dark would shift his attention elsewhere. It would be fine as long as he did not stare at him. Unfortunately, he was destined to be dreaming. If the person hiding in the dark was really someone like he had said, perhaps he would not be so calculative with Hu Jin at this moment. However, the person hiding in the dark was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was Bai Li Hong's junior brother. At the same time, he also regarded the clan leader of Situ clan and his son as his friends. When he found out that Bai Li Hong was taken away by Hu Jin and that the clan leader of Situ clan and his son were injured by Hu Jin, he had already sentenced Hu Jin to death in his heart. Therefore, no matter how much Hu Jin flattered him, it was useless. Of course, Hu Jin was unaware of all this. If he had known, he wouldn't have admitted defeat and flattered him. Instead, he would have fled as far as he could. even if he didn't think that he could escape from Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, because that was his last life-saving straw. Even if that straw was not very sturdy, he had no other choice. You, Huijin, are just the beginning. Duan Lingtian pretended to be hoarse as his voice reverberated in the air again. The moment his words left his mouth, the hearts of the people present on the scene jolted. Horror dawned on Huijin's face as the true origin on the surface of his body spread out in an attempt to consolidate his territory. Unfortunately, before he could consolidate his territory, a sword ray that was even faster than the previous golden sword ray appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! Before he could react, the sword ray pierced through the space between his brows, leaving behind a terrifying bloody hole. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Huijin fell. When he fell, a horrified expression was still plastered on his face. Huijin, the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, a powerhouse at the peak of the pristine saint stage, had died in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, although the revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family who were present on the scene were not sad about Huijin's death, they could not help but grieve for him. Even Huijin, who was more powerful than them, had died in just a blink of an eye. Their strength was nothing in the eyes of that powerhouse. Run. If we don't run, we'll die. While many people were still in shock from Huijin's death, someone cried out. His voice was filled with terror and despair. The moment this voice rang in the air, despair spread and shrouded everyone's hearts. In the next instant, nobody knew who took the lead, but the group of revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family began to flee in all directions. Naturally, not all of them fled. Some of the revered elders remained on the spot. Their legs seemed to be filled with lead, and they could not move at all. These people were more rational people. After witnessing the strength of the powerhouse who was hiding in the dark, they did not dare to think about fleeing at all, since they knew it was impossible for them to do so. However, when they saw the powerhouse who was hiding in the dark did not make a move even though many of them had fled, their minds instantly became active. Soon after, they joined the ranks of those who fled. Soon after, all of the revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family had fled. Only a group of imperial palaces, imperial guards with low cultivation bases remained. They looked at each other and did not make a move for a long time. It was only when someone took the lead that they gradually dispersed. Nobody knew when, but Bai Li Hong was the only one left. To be more precise, there were only 2 people left. Apart from Bai Li Hong, there was also Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark. Senior brother continued to walk out. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Bai Li Hong in a timely manner. If Duan Lingtian intended to stop the group of people who had fled earlier, with his current strength, none of them would have been able to escape. The reason they were able to escape was because Duan Lingtian did not intend to make a fuss about it. To him, those people were merely bait. He had let them go so he could catch a bigger fish. Yes. It was only when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission that Bai Li Hong finally snapped back to his senses. The scene of Huijin being killed earlier had also shocked him. 2 months ago, Huijin had brought his men to the Situ clan to kidnap him. How domineering was he? Relying on his cultivation base, he was fearless. When he faced Bai Li Hong, he even looked at him condescendingly. However, today such a person was killed in just a blink of an eye. Where did junior brother find such a helper? Bai Li Hong was shocked. He did not expect his junior brother to know a refined Saint Stage powerhouse. Although the refined Saint Stage powerhouse had said that he had saved him because he was afraid his junior brother would be scared out of his wits if he died, it was just a perfunctory remark. But he knew that it was only perfunctory words. If that person really wanted his junior brother's Devil Seal tablet, then that person would have made a move to seize it long ago. Why would that person help his junior brother and save him? After witnessing the strength of that powerhouse, Bai Li Hong's confidence was boosted. He continued to walk toward the entrance of the imperial palace without any fear. Fortunately, Bai Li Hong still did not know his junior brother was the powerhouse who killed Hu Jin. Otherwise, who knew how frightened he would be? Although Bai Li Hong knew Duan Lingtian's innate talent was monstrous, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian's current strength was comparable to a refined saint stage powerhouse. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, and the powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage who had an extraordinary origin. While Bai Li Hong continued to walk out, the news of Hu Jin's death finally reached the ears of the Windfall Nation's emperor. The Windfall Nation's emperor was a middle-aged man who wore a dragon robe. There was an awe-inspiring look on his face. Hu Jin is dead. The moment the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, heard the news of Hu Jin's death, his expression turned grave immediately. Cold, killing intent could be seen in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Hu Jin was not only the revered elder of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, but he was also Zhu Yuan's right-hand man. There were many things that he had to rely on Hu Jin to do. Killing Hu Jin was no different from severing his right-hand man. How could he not be enraged? At the same time, the dragon robe on Zhu Yuan's body fluttered in the wind. The divine dragons embroidered on it seemed to have come alive at this moment as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws majestically. At the same time, the aura of a powerhouse swept out from Zhu Yuan's body, causing the revered elder who came to report the news to take a few steps back. This revered elder was an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator, but he was forced to take a few steps back by Zhu Yuan's aura. One could just imagine Zhu Yuan's strength. The Windfall Nation was a sixth-rate force in the Dao martial saint land. It was a sixth-rate saint nation. A country like this was completely different from some countries on the mortal continent. Those who could become the emperor were all outstanding people in the imperial family without exception. As the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan was one of the few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Not only that, but he was also the youngest refined saint stage powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. It was only natural that an ordinary early pristine saint stage martial cultivator would not be able to withstand his aura. It's an unknown powerhouse who killed revered Elder Hua without even showing himself. The imperial family's revered elder did not dare to hesitate and quickly answered Zhu Yuan's question. Killed Hu Jin without even showing himself? Refined saint stage powerhouse? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuan's expression turned even graver. He's at least at the refined saint stage. Moreover, it seems like he's not an ordinary refined saint stage powerhouse. Under the circumstances where he didn't show himself, he killed revered Elder Hua with just one strike. The imperial family's revered elder began to sweat again when he recalled the scene earlier. What? The moment these words left his mouth, Zhu Yuan's expression changed immediately. He was confident he could kill Hu Jin without even showing himself. However, he did not have the strength to kill Hu Jin with just one strike when he did not show himself and Hu Jin was already prepared. Such strength! He's at least at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. The moment Zhu Yuan thought of this, his heart jolted. In fact, even the Windfall Nation's imperial family only had one intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse. He was also the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. What's so special about that person's attack? Could it be Ziyin, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect? Zhu Yuan asked in a deep voice. Ziyin, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was also the only person in Windfall Nation who was on par with the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. I don't think it's sect leader Ziyin. Based on that person's attack, he should be a sword cultivator. Sword cultivator? Yes. Did that person say anything? Chapter 17:11. The big fish had finally taken the bait. Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the two people who were blocking Bai Li Hong's path calmly. One of the two people was wearing a dragon robe. His identity was obvious. He was none other than the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan. Although this was also Duan Lingtian's first time meeting Zhu Yuan, he could guess his identity based on his attire. After all, the dragon robe was the emperor's exclusive attire. Although this was his first time meeting Zhu Yuan, it did not mean Duan Lingtian did not know him. Not only that, when he was still a revered elder of Sita clan, he had heard of Zhu Yuan, the Windfall Nation's emperor, more than once. He knew he was one of the most powerful people in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, a refined saint-stage powerhouse. The other person was a middle-aged man with a curly beard, coupled with his messy long hair. He looked like a human-shaped lion from afar. Since he's standing next to Zhu Yuan, this person must be one of the refined saint-stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. While Duan Lingtian was speculating, Zhu Yuan and the other person who blocked Bai Li Hong's path did not make things difficult for him. Instead, they looked around as though they were looking for something. After a while, Zhu Yuan opened his mouth and said, "Friend, I'm the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan. There seems to be some misunderstanding between you and the Windfall Nation's imperial family. I wonder if you can come out for a chat?" Zhu Yuan's tone was very polite. He did not seem like the emperor of a sixth-rate saint nation at all. The Windfall Nation's emperor? At the same time, when Bai Li Hong heard Zhu Yuan's self-introduction and saw the dragon robe he was wearing, he immediately regained his senses. The person who was blocking his path was actually the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan. However, he was only slightly surprised when he found out the other person was the Windfall Nation's emperor. He did not feel anything else. So what if he was the Windfall Nation's emperor? Behind him was a powerhouse who was not afraid of Master Yin, who was treated as a VIP by the Windfall Nation's imperial family. That was his junior brother's friend. Let's talk about it when everyone's here. Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, said faintly. His voice was still pretending to be hoarse, and no one could associate this voice with his real self. The voices came from all directions and entered the Zhu Yuan duo's ears, causing them to involuntarily frown. Wait until everyone is here. What did he mean? Soon after, a middle-aged man and an old man appeared. Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man beside him finally reacted and understood what the hidden powerhouse meant. Master Yin! Uncle! After the middle-aged man and the old man appeared, Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man beside him hurriedly bowed. The first person they bowed to was not the old man, but the middle-aged man. After bowing to the middle-aged man, they bowed to the old man. Although the old man was an elder of the Zhu Yuan duo, he did not dare to overstep his boundaries in front of the middle-aged man. Therefore, when the old man saw the two of them greet the middle-aged man first, not only was the old man not angry, he even felt that it was normal. In fact, this person was a powerhouse from a quasi-third-rate force. Although his strength was nothing in a quasi-third-rate force, he was almost invincible in Windfall Nation, the peak of the refined saint stage. In the history of Windfall Nation, perhaps there were powerhouses who had broken through to this stage, but there was almost no one who stayed in Windfall Nation after breaking through to this stage. Yes, the middle-aged man merely responded indifferently when Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man bowed to him. On the other hand, the old man responded with a smile. However, when the old man's gaze landed on Bai Li Hong, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a grave expression. "You're Bai Li Hong?" When Bai Li Hong heard Zhu Yuan addressing the old man as uncle, he could already guess his identity. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there was only one person who was addressed as uncle by the Windfall Nation's emperor. He was none other than Zhu Mu Ci, the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, whose cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage. Faced with Zhu Muxi's condescending question, Bai Lihong frowned but did not reply. Although Zhu Muxi was very strong and could easily kill him, Bai Lihong was not someone who was afraid of death. Naturally, he would not bow before Zhu Muxi. Moreover, he had a backer, so there was no need for him to be afraid of Zhu Muxi. Huh. Zhu Muxi's expression turned grave when he saw Bai Lihong merely glanced at him indifferently after hearing his words, before ignoring him. As the strongest powerhouse in Windfall Nation and the imperial uncle of the Windfall Nation's emperor, put aside the fact that he had a transcendent position in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Even outside the Windfall Nations, people who knew about his identity were both respectful and fearful of him. However, today he was ignored by an early pristine saint stage, martial, cultivator. This was undoubtedly a form of humiliation to him. How dare you! When Zhu Muxi's expression turned grave, two loud voices resonated in unison. It was none other than the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, and the curly-bearded man next to him who were glaring at Bai Lihong. Their words were filled with rage. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, not only was Zhu Muxi the strongest powerhouse, but he was also the pillar of support for the Windfall Nation's imperial family. In Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man's eyes, Zhu Muxi was not only the guardian of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, but he was also their senior. A large part of the reason why they could achieve their current cultivation was because of Zhu Muxi's unstinting guidance. A teacher was like a father. In their hearts, Zhu Muxi had long been their father. However, someone actually dared to ignore their father. Moreover, this person was only an early pristine, saint stage, martial, cultivator. How could they not be furious? Zhu Lai, kill him! Zhu Muxi's eyes gleamed sharply as he shouted coldly, Yes, imperial uncle. The person whom Zhu Muxi addressed as Zhu Lai was the curly-bearded man next to Zhu Yuan. When he heard Zhu Muxi's words, he immediately flew out and dove toward Bai Lihong. He was like a goshawk that saw Bai Lihong as its prey. No matter what, Zhu Lai was an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. The moment he made his move, Bai Lihong felt pressured, causing him to feel a little suffocated. Even his waist, which was as straight as the shaft of a spear, was gradually bending down. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort resonated in the air as a golden sword ray flashed across the sky. It appeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye before disappearing in just a blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, Zhu Lai, who was originally charging toward Bai Lihong, retreated in a wretched manner. What a fast sword! After retreating, Zhu Lai only felt that his back was full of cold sweat. Just now, the golden sword light had almost brushed past his head. Fortunately, he did not unleash his full strength when he attacked Bai Lihong earlier, so he managed to stop himself in time. If he had unleashed his full strength, he would not have been able to stop himself due to the inertia. If that was the case, he would have definitely died. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, whether it was Zhu Lai, Zhu Yuan, Zhu Muxi, or Master Yin, all four of them were looking at Bai Lihong in unison. Naturally, they were not looking at Bai Lihong. Instead, they were looking at a young man who appeared after the golden sword ray appeared. The young man had an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, other than Master Yin, who claimed to be from a quasi-third-rate force, who was looking at the young man with disdain, Zhu Muxi and the other two had a solemn expression on their faces. This was because they knew this ordinary-looking young man's cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, only Zhu Muxi was a match for someone whose cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. However, faced with this expressionless young man, Zhu Muxi did not feel confident at all. Even he could clearly feel the threat contained in the golden sword light that flashed by just now. When one's cultivation base reached his level, one would have a particularly sharp sense of smell in many aspects. This ordinary-looking young man before him gave him a dangerous feeling. Humph! A refined saint stage martial cultivator from the Windfall Nation's imperial family actually dares to kill a pristine saint stage martial cultivator? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Finally, the young man Duan Lingtian disguised as spoke. His voice was still hoarse. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhu Lai's expression turned grave. That's only if you can leave the palace alive and spread the news. Zhu Musiai sneered. You're that intermediate, refined, saint stage, martial cultivator from the Windfall Nation's imperial family? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Zhu Musiai indifferently. So what if I am? Zhu Musiai continued to sneer. If it was said that he was still wary of Duan Lingtian in the beginning, after he obtained the support of the middle-aged man next to him, he no longer treated Duan Lingtian as a threat. Perhaps this young man was stronger than him, but he could not be compared to the person next to him at all. The person next to him was a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, the person next to him had even transmitted his voice to him earlier, saying he was confident he could deal with this young man. For this reason, he was not worried at all. It seems like you've taken him as your backer. Earlier, he had seen the hint of fear in Zhu Musi's eyes when he looked at him. That was the behavior of a weakling. At the very least, Zhu Musiai had admitted he was no match for him. However, Zhu Musiai had acted out a character. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could guess why Zhu Musiai acted out a character. It was most likely related to the middle-aged man next to him. Moreover, the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai had addressed this middle-aged man as Master Yin. The middle-aged man was none other than the martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. He was also the guest of honor of the Windfall Nation's imperial family and the person who severely injured Ziyin, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Chapter 1712. Ziyin was Tianwu's master. She was also his senior. The reason Ziyin was heavily injured was because she had helped Duan Lingtian's senior brother out of the predicament for Tianwu. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian owed Ziyin a favor. So what if I am? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhu Musiai smirked. He looked as though he was certain he had Duan Lingtian under his control. Although you're not related to Duan Lingtian, you shouldn't have coveted the Devil Seal Tablet. In fact, the Devil Seal Tablet is something that our Master Yin is determined to obtain. In terms of strength, Master Yin is a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. You're no match for him at all. In terms of the force behind him, Master Yin is from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the Debussy subterranean, a quasi-third-rate force is the top first-rate force. It's not something the force behind you can compare to. When Zhu Musiai reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It's important to know one's own strength. You might be strong, but you're still lacking if you want to get your hands on the Devil Seal Tablet. Zhu Musiai had heard about Duan Lingtian's objective before he came here. Naturally, what he knew was made up by Duan Lingtian, a quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Upon hearing Zhu Musi's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Then he began to size up the middle-aged man, Master Yin, next to Zhu Musiai. You're from a quasi-third-rate force. Humph. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the middle-aged man raised his head proudly and looked down at Duan Lingtian condescendingly. I'm Yun Kuin, a disciple of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yun Kuin's tone was filled with arrogance. This was his pride as a disciple of a quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. If it was the Azure Cloud Mansion in the past, although it was also a quasi-third-rate force, its deterrence in the Debussy subterranean was limited. After all, there was still a certain distance between quasi-third-rate forces. In the past, the Azure Cloud Mansion could only be considered as the weakest among quasi-third-rate forces. However, ever since the Azure Cloud Mansion had a new mansion master, it began to prosper. Currently, it had even become a giant in the lower province of the Dao Marshall Saint Land. At this moment, Yun Kuan, naturally, did not expect the young man standing in front of him was none other than the young mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion. He was also the only son of Duan Rafeng, the mansion master who was revered by everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was all because of Duan Rafeng that the Azure Cloud Mansion was able to achieve its current status in the Debussy subterranean. If Yun Kuan knew Duan Lingtian's true identity, he would have been scared out of his wits. In fact, in the eyes of the Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples, Duan Rafeng was a godlike existence. He was supreme and inviolable. However, Yun Kuan was unaware of Duan Lingtian's identity. Similarly, Duan Lingtian was unaware of his own identity as well. Although he knew his father was in the Dao Marshall Saint Land and had recruited some powerhouses, it did not cross his mind that his father was the leader of a quasi-third-rate force in the Dao Marshall Saint Land. Moreover, his father was the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion that had risen to prominence in recent years. In the Debussy subterranean, the only quasi-third-rate force that could contend with the Azure Cloud Mansion was the Mountain Shade Black Market. Even the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, that Duan Lingtian planned to join, was slightly weaker in comparison. Naturally, the difference was not that big. Perhaps the Azure Cloud Mansion could annihilate the Mystical Sky Mansion if they fought. However, in this battle, the Azure Cloud Mansion would definitely lose more than 80% of their strength. Due to this reason, even the Azure Cloud Mansion would not rashly provoke the Mystical Sky Mansion. If they really fought, the result would be a loss of 800 of their own men. Even if they managed to annihilate the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Azure Cloud Mansion, whose strength was greatly reduced, would still fall. As the saying went, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Put aside the other quasi-third-rate forces. As the archenemy of the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Mountain Shade Black Market would definitely not let go of any opportunity to strike the Azure Cloud Mansion when it was down. Naturally, it was a little far-fetched to talk about this now. Don't tell me you think you're the only disciple from a quasi-third-rate force. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yun Kuan indifferently and smirked. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only was Yun Kuan stunned, but even Zhu Muxiai, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai were stunned as well. Could it be that this ordinary-looking young man with extraordinary strength was also a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force? You're a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force as well. Yun Kuan raised an eyebrow and asked nonchalantly. Although he was polite, he could not hide his arrogance. The Azure Cloud Mansion was an outstanding quasi-third-rate force. Unless they were the juniors of some high-ranking officials in the quasi-third-rate forces, he did not take any disciples from other quasi-third-rate forces seriously. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? The sneer on Duan Lingtian's face deepened as a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. How dare you trick Master Yin? Zhu Muxiai was the first to regain his senses when he saw the mockery in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a monster. He did not expect this fellow to be so daring. After finding out Yun Kuan was a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, he still dared to tease and provoke Yun Kuan. Was he really not afraid of death? Or did he think he was a match for Yun Kuan? Although Zhu Muxiai was filled with righteous indignation, a hint of schadenfreude could be seen in his eyes. He was happy to see this scene unfold before his eyes. As for Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, they were also rejoicing in Duan Lingtian's misfortune when they looked at him. The young man in front of them was so powerful that their Windfall Nation's imperial family could not do anything to him at all. However, they were unwilling to let him go just like that. No matter what, he had killed more than 10 people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. They could not wait to kill him. I sent this junior brother. At the same time, Bai Lihong finally regained his senses. When Duan Lingtian appeared and spoke in a hoarse voice, he could tell it was the voice of the powerhouse who was hiding in the dark. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian had found a helper. It did not cross his mind that it was Duan Lingtian himself. It has only been slightly more than a year, but junior brother's strength has already risen to such a level? No matter what, Hu Jin was at the peak of the pristine saint stage, but he was instantly killed by him. How did his cultivation base rise in this 1 year? When Bai Lihong realized his junior brother's strength had already reached the refined saint stage after more than a year, he felt as though he was struck by lightning. However, he regained his senses quickly this time. Brett, you're seeking death. The thing that caused Bai Lihong to regain his senses was Yun Kuin's angry shout. At this moment, Yun Kuin finally regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he was naturally furious. He could not suppress his anger at all. His robe fluttered, and the aura of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage was completely released. In an instant, with him as the center, the space within 100 meters of him shook. Wave-like ripples spread out, like a stone falling into a calm lake, setting off waves of ripples. Yun Kuin's territory quickly consolidated. When the 3 men from the Windfall Nation's imperial family and the Zhu clan saw this, a cruel smile appeared on their faces. In their opinion, since Yun Kuin had made his move, this young man would definitely die. Junior brother. Bai Lihong's expression changed drastically as uneasiness rose in his heart. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that he was here to be the bait under Duan Lingtian's instructions. If Duan Lingtian was not confident, would he have asked him to do this? Naturally, the reason Bai Lihong did not think of this was because he was concerned about Duan Lingtian. As the saying went, the more concerned one is, the more confused one becomes. This was exactly what Bai Lihong meant. Faced with Yun Kuin, who had consolidated his territory, a sword suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a sword that looked very ordinary and plain. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. At this moment, the sun-true origin in his body began to stir. It flowed through his 99 saint veins and gathered in his hand that was holding the sword in just a blink of an eye. It continued to surge into the sword, causing the originally plain sword to emit a dazzling golden radiance. Whoosh! The radiance grew brighter and brighter. In the end, it looked like a blazing sun hanging in the sky. It's that sword. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was the Jasper celestial sword. Apart from him, Bai Lihong could also recognize it. Even Bai Lihong did not know why, but when he saw the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, the restlessness in his heart was strangely suppressed. He calmed down as well. After he calmed down, he recalled the reason he was here. Junior brother, is he confident he can defeat Yun Kuin? Although Bai Lihong also felt that it was somewhat inconceivable, a trace of longing rose in his heart. Bai Lihong's eyes were completely focused on the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Although the sword was shrouded in a dazzling golden radiance, one could still see its outline. Bai Lihong still remembered the first time he saw this sword. It was in the Moon Illumination sect. He would never forget the scene that happened at that time. His junior brother used this sword with his cultivation base at the Saint Rudiment stage and killed a pristine Saint stage Supreme Elder from the Moon Illumination sect with just one slash. More than a year ago, during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lin Dong from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan. Although he did not see it clearly, he was certain it had something to do with this sword. You don't even need to use your territory, and you want to fight me, Yun Kuin, with just a lousy sword? You're seeking death. After Yun Kuin's territory was formed, he noticed Duan Lingtian had only taken out a sword and did not have any intention of forming a territory. He could not help but have a mocking expression on his face as he sneered. "Why would I need a territory to kill you?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently in the face of Yun Kuin's mockery. Based on his words, it was as though he was certain Yun Kuin would win. Duan Lingtian's words entered Yun Kuin's ears. When Yun Kuin saw Duan Lingtian's indifference, it was undoubtedly a blatant provocation. "You're seeking death." Chapter 17:13. Zhu Muxi, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai smiled when they saw Yun Kuin making his move. At this moment, it was as though they could already see the scene of the young man being killed. However, their smiles froze soon after. From the moment they started laughing to the moment their smiles froze. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that ordinary people could not even react in time. The reason their smiles froze was because the scene before their eyes was completely out of their expectations. Yun Kuin made his move furiously. His speed was so fast that even the three of them could not catch a glimpse of it. However, in just a blink of an eye, Yun Kuin's figure that had disappeared from their sight appeared again as a sword cry reverberated in the air. However, Yun Kuin's figure appeared in a different way. To be more precise, Yun Kuin's body that appeared before their eyes was split into two, from top to bottom. After a while, a dazzling stream of blood spurted out. Upon seeing this, Zhu Muxi and the other two were dumbfounded. Yun Kuin, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, was killed in just one move. At the same time, Bai Lihong could not help but sigh in relief when he saw Yun Kuin was dead. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The progress of his junior brother's cultivation base was so fast that he was almost numb to it. A powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage was killed by him in just one move. In other words, with the help of that powerful sword, his junior brother's attack was comparable to the attack of a great saint stage powerhouse. Only an eminent saint stage powerhouse would be able to kill Yun Kuin, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, in just one move. In fact, Yun Kuin was a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force. Apart from having a powerful cultivation base, his technique was definitely not simple. He might not be the best among the martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he was definitely stronger than many people. However, such a person was instantly killed by his junior brother with just one move. He did not know when his junior brother made his move. He did not even hear the sword cry. Naturally, he knew the sword cry must have been there. However, it was too short, and his cultivation base was too low. He did not hear it at all. As it turned out, Bai Lihong was right. He did not hear the sword cry, but Zhu Muxi and the other two, whose cultivation bases were at the refined saint stage, heard it. Naturally, Zhu Muxi's cultivation base was the highest, so she could hear it the clearest. It was precisely because of this that Zhu Muxi's face instantly turned ghastly pale when she saw Yun Kuin's corpse falling from the sky. Her body started to tremble involuntarily. Yun Kuin's death was something he had never expected. His heart trembled when he recalled how he had used his connections to provoke the young man in front of him. If the heavens gave him another chance, even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to provoke this young man like before. Damn it, it was all Yun Kuin's fault. If he hadn't sworn that he could take care of the other party, I wouldn't have provoked him like that. Thinking of this, Zhu Muxi looked at Yun Kuin's body that had been split into two and gnashed her teeth in hatred. I can't believe I'll be able to cast such a powerful sword strike when I activate the Jasper Celestial Sword with my current Sun True origin. No matter what, Yun Kuin was a disciple from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. His cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he was killed by me in just one strike. Unknowingly, the dazzling golden light on the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand had completely vanished. Duan Lingtian reached out to stroke the Jasper Celestial Sword gently as he muttered to himself. Swoosh! After Duan Lingtian took Yun Kuin's spatial ring, he shot out like a cannonball and appeared in front of Zhu Muxiai, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai in just a flash. At this moment, the three of them had a grave expression on their faces. Fear and terror could be seen in their eyes. Why, are you scared now? When Duan Lingtian saw their expressions and gazes, a devilish smile crept up on the corner of his mouth as he mocked them. My lord, I, Zhu Muxiai, have eyes but failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me, my lord. With your strength, the Devil Seal tablet will definitely be yours in the end. What a joke! That Yun Kuin really thought he was invincible just because he was a disciple from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Little did he know there's a reclusive expert like you in this world, my lord. Zhu Muxiai said to Duan Lingtian with a flattering expression on his face after he took a deep breath. At this moment, he no longer looked as majestic as before. He looked like a street boy now. When Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai saw the expression on Zhu Muxi's face, they could not help but be stunned. This was their first time seeing their imperial uncle lose his composure like this. It was as though he was a completely different person. However, they did not know Zhu Muxiai was scared out of his wits. If he did not mock the young man in front of him earlier, perhaps the young man would not have bothered with him with his strength. However, the problem was he had mocked the young man earlier. He knew if he was in the young man's shoes, he would not let him go so easily. In fact, after killing Yun Kuin, Duan Lingtian did not plan to do anything to Zhu Muxiai and the other two. Moreover, he did not take Zhu Muxi's words to heart at all. It was as though he was walking on the street and a dog barked at him. He could not possibly run over and kill it, right? However, when Duan Lingtian saw Zhu Muxi's flattering expression, he could not help but feel disgusted. He raised his hand and casually swung his sword. A sword ray swept across the sky and killed Zhu Muxiai before he could even react. Yun Kuin, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was killed by his Jasper celestial sword. Let alone an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Although he had only casually swung his sword earlier, and the force was far from the sword that killed Yun Kuin, it was still not something Zhu Muxiai could block or react to. Imperial Uncle. When Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai saw Zhu Muxiai had died just like that, horror dawned on them as they cried out in grief. However, their eyes were bloodshot, and they did not dare to show any signs of hatred. Who knew if this young man in front of them would also kill them and eliminate them when they were filled with hatred? Although they really wanted to kill him, they knew they did not have the ability to do so. The only thing they could do now was to try their best not to provoke him. Perhaps they might be able to save their lives that way. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai at all. Although it was as easy as pie for him to kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, both of them were refined saint-stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family after all. If both of them and Zhu Muxiai died, the Windfall Nation's imperial family that no longer had any powerhouses to restrain them would fall into chaos. If the Windfall Nation's imperial family was in chaos, the complicated relationships would spread out. The entire capital and entire Windfall Nation would be in chaos. At that time, the clan leader of Situ clan and his son, who were relatives of the imperial family, would definitely be implicated, and the Situ clan would be affected as well. The Situ clan was where his family and friends lived. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to the Situ clan. For this reason, he did not kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Li. I'm determined to get the Devil Seal tablet. If I find out that the Windfall Nation's imperial family has made a move on Duan Lingtian's companions and alerted him, I'll definitely kill both of you. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhu Yuan and Zhu Li coldly before vanishing into thin air before their eyes. As for Bai Li Hong, he did not bring him away. With his disguise, he was a stranger to Bai Li Hong. They did not have much interaction, so it was not appropriate for him to bring Bai Li Hong away. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that although he had left Bai Li Hong behind, as long as Zhu Yuan, the Windfall Nation's emperor, was smart, he would not make things difficult for Bai Li Hong anymore. The truth was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Bai Li Hong did not encounter any obstructions when he left the imperial palace. He returned to the Situ clan without a hitch. The entire Situ clan was in an uproar when they saw Bai Li Hong, who was abducted by the imperial family's revered elder 2 months ago, had returned. In fact, nobody thought Bai Li Hong would be able to return. Bai Li Hong could either obediently become the exclusive saint inscription master of the Windfall Nation's imperial family or die. In their opinion, Bai Li Hong only had 2 choices. However, it did not cross their minds that Bai Li Hong would actually return. This was akin to a sheep escaping from a tiger's den. Master Bai Li. When the clan leader of Situ clan and his son learned of Bai Li Hong's return, they personally came out to welcome him. Apart from the joy on their faces, there was also a hint of guilt on their faces. They felt guilty for being unable to stop the imperial family from taking Bai Li Hong away. This was especially true for Situ Hang, the young master of Situ clan. When he saw Bai Li Hong had returned, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He still remembered Master Duan had specifically asked him to take good care of his family and friends before he left. When Bai Li Hong was taken away, he felt very sorry for Master Duan. He even punished himself by kneeling in front of the wall for more than a month. Now that he saw Bai Li Hong was fine and had even returned to the Situ clan, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, after the pleasant surprise, everyone in Situ clan, including the clan leader of Situ clan, was curious about Bai Li Hong's experience. In their opinion, it was impossible for the Windfall Nation's imperial family to let go of a 4-star saint inscription master so easily. This could be seen from the fact that Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was severely injured when she went to the imperial palace to ask for Bai Li Hong. It's a powerhouse who saved me. Naturally, Bai Li Hong would not tell them the truth. This was also what his junior brother, Duan Lingtian, had told him. That powerhouse was interested in the Devil's Seal tablet in my junior brother's possession. However, he was afraid that if something happened to me after I was abducted and tortured by the people from the imperial palace, my junior brother would be even more cautious and hide himself even deeper. For this reason, he saved me and warned the Windfall Nation's emperor not to have any ideas about me. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Situ Hao, Situ Hang, and the others were shocked. Even that was possible. What an eccentric powerhouse. However, it's fortunate that you met this powerhouse, Master Bai Li. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to return so quickly. One of the Situ clan's elders sighed emotionally. It was impossible for him to return so quickly. Chapter 1714. If not for the appearance of his junior brother, not only would he not have been able to return so quickly, he would not have been able to return at all. Perhaps one day he would have died in that prison. Master Bai Li, it's said that the Windfall Nation's imperial family has a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage as their backer. When that powerhouse saved you, the powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage from the Windfall Nation's imperial family didn't make a move, right? One of the Situ clan's elders could not help but ask. Everyone from the Situ clan, including Situ Hao, Situ Hang, and the others, looked at Bai Li Hong. They were also curious about this. The powerhouse, who was treated as an honored guest by the Windfall Nation's imperial family, was a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Even Ziyin, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was heavily injured by him. He probably didn't do anything. Otherwise, the expert who saved Master Bailey might not have succeeded. Before Bai Li Hong could speak, another Situ clan's elder guest. That's true. After all, he's a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. If he really wants to stop us, not everyone would be able to save Master Bai Li. Another person said, if there was really an unknown expert who had saved him, Bai Li Hong would only laugh it off when he heard these words. He would not explain it at all. However, it was precisely because he knew that the person who saved him was not an expert of unknown origin, but his junior brother, that he could not bear to hear these people belittling his junior brother. Humph! Are you talking about that Yun Kuan? Not only is his cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, but his origin is not simple as well. He's from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. What? Someone from the quasi-third-rate force, Azure Cloud Mansion. My goodness, the Windfall Nation's imperial family actually managed to latch onto the Azure Cloud Mansion? The Azure Cloud Mansion. It said that this force is one of the two strongest quasi-third-rate forces. The group of people from Situ clan was shocked when they found out Yun Kuan, who was treated as a distinguished guest by the Windfall Nation's imperial family, was actually from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Situ clan was merely a seventh-rate force. On the other hand, the Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force. Any powerhouse from a force like that could easily annihilate the Situ clan. So what if they're from the Azure Cloud Mansion? In the end, he still died. Bai Li Hong said disdainfully. It must be said that when Bai Li Hong's words entered the ears of the people from the Situ clan, it was like a bolt from the blue. They could not regain their senses for a long time. After regaining their senses, no one spoke for a long time. Instead, they looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. That Yun Kuan is dead? Someone actually dares to kill the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Is he not afraid of death? The people from the Situ clan did not doubt Bai Li Hong's words because this matter was like a ball of fire that could not be contained with paper. Even if Bai Li Hong did not say anything, they would definitely find out later. However, what shocked them the most was not the fact that Yun Kuan was from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Instead, it was the fact that someone dared to kill someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Was he not afraid of the Azure Cloud Mansion's revenge? The Azure Cloud Mansion was a powerful force that stood at the peak of the WCI, subterranean. Soon after, many Situ clan's elders asked about the incident. That powerhouse only used one sword to slash Yun Kuan into two. Although I'm at the early pristine saint stage, I didn't even catch the sound of the sword whistling from the beginning until the end. Based on this, one can see how fast that sword was. Bai Li Hong said again. Yun Kuan, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was instantly killed with just one sword. The group of Situ clan's members, including Situ Hao and Situ Hang, were shocked again. Bai Li Hong casually said a few more words to the Situ clan's members before he bade farewell and returned to his residence. Before this, Feng Wu Dao, Sima Chongfeng, and the others were still unaware of what had happened. However, since Duan Lingtian had said Bai Li Hong would return today before he left, they did not leave immediately and waited in the courtyard of Bai Li Hong's residence. All of you, the moment Bai Li Hong entered the courtyard, he saw Feng Wu Dao and the others were all there. All of them had a worried expression on their faces, and he was instantly touched. Master Bai Li. When Feng Wu Dao and the others saw Bai Li Hong had really returned, they were pleasantly surprised. What? Don't tell me all of you didn't believe my words before this? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also returned. After he returned, he removed his disguise and revealed his true appearance. When Bai Li Hong saw the familiar figure in front of him and the familiar face after his disguise, he could not help but feel excited. He walked up and patted Duan Lingtian's shoulder before he sighed emotionally. Junior brother, I can't believe you've already attained the strength of the eminent saint stage after more than a year. The strength of the eminent saint stage. When Feng Wu Dao, Sima Chongfeng, and the others heard Bai Li Hong's words, they were dumbfounded. Eminent saint stage? Currently, they were no longer the hotheads who had just arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, they knew what the three words eminent saint stage meant. The eminent saint stage was also one of the cultivation stages in the saint stage. Entering the saint stage from the saint rudiment stage was the pristine saint stage. After the pristine saint stage was the refined saint stage. After the refined saint stage was the eminent saint stage. Master Bai Li, you're not joking, right? You're saying Duan Lingtian is an eminent saint stage powerhouse? Chun Xiao Shuai gasped as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. He looked at him as though he was looking at a monster. Duan Lingtian, you've really broken through to the eminent saint stage? Nangongi gulped. He could not help but ask after a long while. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, apart from Bai Li Hong, who seemed to be deep in thought, Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, and the others sighed in relief. So Master Bai Li is really joking. Master Bai Li, please don't joke about this in the future. My little heart can't take it. Nangong Yi said with a bitter expression. You're saying your little heart is dirty? Who are you trying to fool? Chun Xiao Shuai said disdainfully. When Bai Li Hong saw that the atmosphere had become lively again, he shook his head and did not say anything else. I haven't broken through to the eminent saint stage yet, but due to certain reasons, I can cast an attack that's comparable to an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Of course, it's only limited to an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. When Bai Li Hong did not intend to explain, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air again. Apart from Bai Li Hong, who had an expression of realization, Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, and the others were dumbstruck again. They only regained their senses after a long time. Monster! Freak! Nangong Yi and Qin Xiao Shuai looked at Duan Lingtian and only managed to squeeze out 2 words after a long time. In this case, Duan Lingtian, you're the one who personally rescued Master Bai Li? Qin Xiao Shuai asked again. Let me tell you, Bai Li Hong took over the conversation and recounted the whole story. Although he was only recounting what had happened, Bai Li Hong felt as though he was in the same situation as Bai Li Hong. Master Bai Li, aren't you too amazing? You actually swaggered out of the Imperial Palace from the depths of the Imperial Palace. Although I wasn't there at that time, I can see the expression on the faces of those fellows in the Imperial Palace. Chen Xiao Shuai and Nangong Yi sighed emotionally. However, their gazes quickly shifted to Duan Lingtian, just like Feng Wu Dao and the others. What shocked them the most was Duan Lingtian's strength. Yun Kuan, the disciple of the quasi-third-rate force Azure Cloud Mansion, whose cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was killed by him with just a strike of his sword. Lingtian boy, no matter what, Yun Kuan is still a disciple of the quasi-third-rate force Azure Cloud Mansion. I wonder if he's an important figure in the Azure Cloud Mansion. If he is, I'm afraid the Azure Cloud Mansion won't let this matter go so easily. Feng Wu Dao said solemnly. Upon hearing his words, Sima Changfeng and the others broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. So what if the Azure Cloud Mansion won't let this matter go so easily? Don't forget that I didn't use Duan Lingtian's true appearance to kill him. If the Azure Cloud Mansion wants to find the murderer, they'll have to find him first. Unlike Feng Wu Dao and the others who were worried, Duan Lingtian, the person involved, was not worried at all. Instead, he was very calm. Feng Wu Dao and the others were also worried. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were instantly enlightened and relaxed. Uncle Feng, I've already learned about Tian Wu's departure. However, she didn't look for me. May I know if she's returned recently? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Feng Wu Dao. She hasn't. Feng Wu Dao shook his head. Although he knew his daughter was protected by a powerhouse, he could not help but feel worried. Perhaps that powerhouse was considered a powerhouse in Windfall Nation. However, he was nothing in the outside world. Duan Lingtian nodded and said, Don't tell anyone about my return. With the words I've said in the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace, The Windfall Nation's imperial family won't dare to make things difficult for all of you anymore. All of you stay in the situ clan properly. When I'm strong enough in the future, I'll come and take all of you away. Don't slack off on your cultivation." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Li Hong and the others knew Duan Lingtian was going to leave. For a moment, they were very reluctant to see him leave. However, they also knew the Windfall Nation was not Duan Lingtian's stage. The sea was wide, and the sky was wide, and the sky was wide. The outside world was the most suitable stage for a monstrous, martial Dao genius like Duan Lingtian. After leaving the Situ clan and the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian went to the Drift Blaze sect. When he arrived at the Drift Blaze sect, he learned sect leader Ziyin was in closed-door cultivation to recuperate. He instantly realized sect leader Ziyin's injuries were not light. "Tell sect leader Ziyin that I've avenged her." Since sect leader Ziyin was in closed-door cultivation to recuperate, Duan Lingtian naturally did not disturb her. He asked one of her direct disciples to pass the message on his behalf. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, sect leader Ziyin's direct disciple scoffed. She knew who the person who injured her master was. Although this gigolo whom her junior sister had taken a fancy to had a good innate talent and strength, how could he possibly be capable of dealing with a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage? Duan Lingtian could see the other party's disbelief, but he did not bother to explain. He believed the news would spread to the Drift Blaze sect from the capital in 2 days at most. "It's time for me to go to the mystical sky mansion now." Chapter 1715. Duan Lingtian had given it a lot of thought before he asked Ziyin's direct disciple to pass on the message that he had avenged Ziyin. Although he had a different face and identity when he made his move in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace, Duan Lingtian did not plan to hide it from Ziyin since she was Feng Tianwu's master. As for the direct disciple who passed on the message, when he met Tianwu in the Drift Blaze sect, he found out from Tianwu that this senior sister of hers was an orphan that her master had adopted since she was young. She treated her master like her own mother and always took care of her. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried that she would leak this matter out. Naturally, not many people would believe her even if she leaked this matter out. When he made his move in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace and killed Yun Kuan and Zhu Muxiai, Duan Lingtian had used a different face. He had used the disguising, secret tactic that Hua Lao had passed on to him. Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, who were present at that time, had also used their divine consciousness to examine him. They would definitely know that his face was not fake. How miraculous was the disguising, secret tactic! Even in the entire Dao Martial Saint land, there might not be a second person who knew about it. Other people would not even think that such a miraculous, disguising, secret tactic existed in this world. Due to this reason, Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai would be the first to jump out and clear Duan Lingtian's name when the time came. After leaving the Drift Blaze sect, Duan Lingtian left the Windfall Nation and did not return to the capital of Windfall Nation. I wonder where Tianwu is. Until now, there's still no news from father and mother. If I didn't destroy the jade token in the exquisite jade box, I'm afraid I would have reunited with them by now. Little Fei was actually taken away by father's people. I wonder how father found out that little Fei is in the Greenwave Han mansion. After leaving the Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian's emotions began to drift away. His heart was filled with longing. There's also Kerr. I wonder how she's doing now. Is our child safe or not? When Duan Lingtian learned that Li Fei had been taken away by his cheapskate father's people, he immediately felt relieved. However, compared to Li Fei's safety, Kerr's situation was still a mystery. Due to this reason, he was very worried. After leaving the Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian did not go to the Greenwave Han mansion. Instead, he went directly to the mystical Sky Mansion. As one of the quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, the mystical Sky Mansion was located in the north of the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Even if Duan Ling Tian traveled at his current speed, it would still take him almost a month to reach there. Naturally, with Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation base, it was fine even if he did not sleep or rest. Due to this reason, in less than a month's time, he entered the area where the mystical Sky Mansion was located. This place was also known as the Mystical Sky Territory. The Mystical Sky Territory was so vast that it encompassed two great fourth-rate forces. One of the fourth-rate forces was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. It was the fourth-rate force, the Raging Wave Mansion. Lu Hongguang, the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, was one of the two hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle in the Rising Sky ranking district. Initially, he planned to join either the Raging Wave Mansion or the Sky Hurdle Mansion. However, when he heard the news of the mystical Sky Mansion recruiting disciples, he quickly changed his mind and stood Lu Hongguang and Rin Zhong up. Rin Zhong was the vice mansion master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel guilty about this. If he had the chance, he would definitely return the favor to Lu Hongguang and Rin Zhong. After entering the mystical Sky Territory, Duan Lingtian randomly found a city to settle down in. He even found a restaurant to sit down. Before Duan Lingtian could even warm his seat, two voices entered his ears. "Hey, did you hear? The young mansion master of the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, is dead. Moreover, he was killed by someone during the Rising Sky ranking battle. I've heard about this as well. It's said that a monstrous, sexless cultivator appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district some time ago. Moreover, he was chosen by both the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion at the same time. However, that sexless cultivator is really something as well. He actually stood up the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion and the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Actually, this is understandable. With his innate talent and strength, let alone a fourth-rate force, even a quasi-third-rate force would fight to recruit him. Moreover, it just so happens that the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone is going to open soon. Not only that, but they're also recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40. That person's decision to join the mystical Sky Mansion was the right choice. I don't think he stood up because of the mystical Sky Mansion. As far as I know, before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, the news of the mystical Sky Mansion recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 had yet to spread to the Rising Sky Mansion's district. The two of them discussed animatedly. When their words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile. It did not cross his mind that the matter he did in the Rising Sky Mansion's district had spread to the mystical Sky Mansion's district. Not only that, but his name, Li Feng, had also attracted many people's attention. It's said that the mystical Sky Mansion recently announced that if Li Feng, the person ranked first on the Rising Sky ranking, is willing to join the mystical Sky Mansion, the mystical Sky Mansion will directly give him a spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone. There's no need for him to compete with the others. Moreover, the mystical Sky Mansion will spare no effort in nurturing him. The mystical Sky Mansion is really generous. However, this also shows how desperate the mystical Sky Mansion is for talented people. That Li Feng has a cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40. Even if the mystical Sky Mansion doesn't directly give him a spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone, with his strength, won't it be a piece of cake for him to obtain a spot? Due to this reason, the mystical Sky Mansion's promise is useless to Li Feng. Perhaps Li Feng doesn't care about this promise. However, the mystical Sky Mansion has already announced that as long as he's willing to join the mystical Sky Mansion, they'll spare no effort in nurturing him. With the mystical Sky Mansion's resources, with Li Feng's innate talent, he'll definitely improve even faster. I'm afraid it won't be long before he becomes a pillar in the mystical sky mansion. That's right. I really didn't expect such a monstrous genius like Li Feng would appear in our Debussyi subterranean. It said that not only the mystical sky mansion, but the other quasi-third-rate forces have also extended an olive branch to Li Feng. With Li Feng's innate talent, no matter which third-rate force he joins, he'll definitely be able to receive the best nurturing. Although I've never been to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, in my opinion, even those young geniuses in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land might not be a match for Li Feng. Unfortunately, ever since the Rising Sky ranking battle ended, Li Feng seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. That Rising Sky mansion has racked their brains to look for him and avenge their young mansion master, but to no avail. Someone said that a powerhouse from the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land took a liking to Li Feng and brought him to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. There's also someone who said that Li Feng was originally a genius martial cultivator from the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, and he came to the lower province to train. As for the Rising Sky ranking battle, it was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Duan Lingtian noticed that most of the customers in the surroundings were talking about him. Naturally, he knew this was because the news about the Rising Sky ranking battle had just spread to the mystical Sky Mansion not long ago. After a while, this topic would naturally die down. However, even so, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally. He did not expect that he had unexpectedly become a celebrity by participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle for Xuanai. Moreover, a few quasi-third-rate forces had even extended an olive branch to him. Why don't I just join the mystical Sky Mansion as Li Feng? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. However, he dismissed this thought as soon as he thought about it. With my current strength, even if I don't join the mystical Sky Mansion as Li Feng, I'll still be qualified to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. As long as I display enough innate talent and value, the cultivation resources in the mystical Sky Mansion will naturally lean toward me. Most importantly, if I join the mystical Sky Mansion as Li Feng, Tianwu definitely won't know I'm in the mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, it's better for me to use the name Ling Tian. With Tianwu's intelligence, even if she's not certain Ling Tian is me, Duan Ling Tian, she'll definitely come and investigate. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he made up his mind and entered the mystical Sky Mansion as Ling Tian. However, there were still 10 months before the mystical Sky Mansion would recruit disciples. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry. He found a remote mountain nearby and dug a small hole that would not be exposed to wind and rain before placing the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda inside. Soon after, he entered the 3rd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda with just a thought. 10 months in the outside world would be more than 4 years in the 3rd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Even if Duan Lingtian did not have time to go to the mystical Sky Mansion, he would still be able to stay in the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda for about 4 years. During this period of time, his cultivation base would definitely improve. He was confident he would be able to raise his cultivation base to the peak of the pristine saint stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian completely immersed himself in his cultivation. Naturally, apart from cultivating, he did not forget to hug the Jasper Celestial Sword and further comprehend the supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Lingtian had already witnessed the might of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Due to this reason, he decided to fully immerse himself in the Sovereign Heart Sword and no longer study or cultivate other martial tactics. After all, the other martial tactics in the Tao Martial Saint Land were nothing compared to the Sovereign Heart Sword. There was no need for him to neglect the essentials. Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, was, naturally, unaware that a few months later, Han Xuanai's master had returned to the Green Wave Han Mansion and brought Han Xuanai and the 3 little fellows away. Brother Ling, Tian, Han Shunai, who was heading to the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, turned around and looked into the distance with a gloomy expression on her face. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.